Hello, everybody. Sorry,
Hi,
I'm a little
Chris.
bit late there. Kia ora. Yes. How's everybody doing? If you want to just throw in the chat down the bottom there, you've got a chat bar. Just put in the chat where you are calling from, and everybody can mute down. That would be fantastic. Let's see where you're all from. The UK. Awesome, Wendy. Good to have you here. Excellent. Rajesh from Sydney. Awesome. Good to have you here too, buddy. Welcome. There's going to be lots of learnings today. Gillian from Invercargill. Awesome. The Deep South. And Shay from Nelson, welcome. Good to have you here. We'll just wait for a couple more minutes for a few more people to pop in and we can get started. Auckland, good variety today. Hey, Adrian. It's awesome. Excellent. Today's going to be pretty special. We're going to be doing lots of education, doing some processes and demonstrating online how we can heal. Before we get into all of that, if you have any questions, just put it in the chat and I'll get to it as we go through it. For the first hour and a half, we're going to do a whole of education and explain about how the brain works, our conscious, unconscious, and superconscious. We've also got some, g'day David from Napier, good to have you here. We've also got some certified and some up and coaches in certification here in the calls today. And we'll give it an opportunity for a couple of certified coaches to jump out and share their story if they choose. We have a 2-day workshop for the 2-point certification. We've been running them in person for the last 18 months here in Motueka in the top of the South Island and having a great time and great success. So this is actually the first full 2-day workshop for the 2-point certification. So what we thought we would do for day one is open it up to anybody, whānau and friends, and anybody that's interested in this work to come along and have an
This
experience around it
obsession with
to
Ram
actually get a bit of a
and
feeling
this
of what it's all
frenzy
like.
over the Ram temple, which of course now is.
Mute down there. So we'll be doing it a little bit different. It won't be exactly the same as a 2-point workshop because some of you will be here just forget the learnings or the healings, etc. So we're going to do a bit of a mix of it. I'm also going to bring in a couple of new processes that we haven't actually released yet. That's part of our certified coaches program and in the advanced coaches advanced certification. So it's going to be a whole lot of fun. How all this started about 5 years ago. It's kind of hard to keep track of the years now. I used to have a sabotaging belief of didn't belong in the world. I used to avoid people in public groups, etc., because I had a fear of rejection or judgment. And what that would do would give me anxiety, body sweats, nervousness. I'd feel uncomfortable. I'd just feel like I needed to go home or I had to leave the space. And I used to think everybody was like this. I must think everybody must have the same issue. So when I started asking my mates and the people that I knew, it was very different. People were like, no, I don't have that, but I feel like I couldn't create what you have because I was doing a lot of businesses at the time, creating a lot of communities, and some people felt like they couldn't even leave a job and start a business. And some people were doing really, really well, but had poor relationships or poor diets. And I just started to see all this dysfunction of up and down of people having different issues. So I quit my job at the time, went on a massive mission, and spent all my money plus some on learning about consciousness, getting stuck into the study of how the brain ticks. And I did it originally to fix myself because I thought I was broken. So I studied many modalities and I couldn't quite find what I was looking for to actually make me feel better. I shifted some beliefs. I created some good values. I had more understanding of how the brain works and who we are spiritually. But I still was what I thought was broken. And then I went along to an ad online through Bookface and at a live event through Zoom and met this guy called Christopher Duncan who talked about the 6 sabotaging beliefs. And on that call, he talked a lot about don't belong. And as soon as he started talking about it, I went, that is me. That's what I've got. So I bought his certification, spent $20,000 on that, get certified in that about 3 years ago. And some of his processes are in my certifications. So thank you for Chris and Richard Bartlett, Vanessa Joy, William Whitecloud, Pranic Healing, all the cool stuff that's out there that's given me the opportunity to be where I am today and share this work with you guys. It's really powerful in the eyes of us and the coaches because it does work, it does change lives, and it's instant. Okay, hey, no worries, Bridget, that's fine. It's um Cool. No worries at all. That's fine. So, yeah, so basically, when I removed the don't belong and sabotaging belief, I was able to free up and then share this work with others. So I started creating programs and 12-week coaching sessions, which some of you have been through that, and getting amazing results. And then you beautiful people asked me to teach you, which I never thought would be a thing. So then I started teaching the processes, created my first certification, the advanced certification, about 3 years ago, and then went on to get a whole lot of coaches in that and then be a teacher, which has been awesome. It's been life-changing, and I absolutely love it. I've always had a passion for consciousness. I think that it's very cool. It's fun to play in, and it's just very interesting. It just is. It just is a fact that it just works. And then my mother-in-law, Debbie, she had arthritis, osteo, she had fibromyalgia, fused disc, and all sorts of stuff going on. And she was like, Greg, that stuff's too woo-woo for me. I'm not really into that. I said, that's fine, no problem. I get that. It's not for everybody. So I went on another mission to find more about how I could heal the physical body. And that's when I came across Richard Bartlett and the Matrix Energetics and Melissa Joy. Richard's unfortunately passed away about 4 months, 3, 4 months ago. Melissa Joy is currently living in Bali. So I bought their videos, bought all their books, studied all their programs, and started running out this 2 point process on the mother-in-law and was able to guide her to transformation in 5 sessions and completely heal herself. So I was that quite blown away, of course, amazed myself at the whole process. Then I added that into my healings because other people wanted me to show them how the process works to heal them from hips and knees and ankles and shoulders. And that's how that journey became. And then 2.5 years later from that, we now have 2 certifications, over 50 coaches in those certifications and growing. So thank you so much. It's an honor to be here to share this work. And I did all of it because I wanted to have time to be a dad. The whole process around it was certainly to help and guide others into a better way of life. But I wanted to find something that I could work around the daytime around me when I could still hang out and manage and coach the kids in sports and just be there to pick them up from school and take them to school. So that was my real drive in the beginning and still is around spending time with the children and just being present. So let's get started. On our website, there is a whole lot of information. There's a book of the month if you want to get into more of this work. There's also programs and lots of content in there. Right, so let's get straight into it. Now, everything that we create in the world, if you think about anything you've created, it started off with focusing on something, putting your intent onto something. So wherever we put our intention is what we create. If we're focusing on pain and being stuck or being sad, we're just going to get more of it. If we focus on our desired reality of love and health and taking actions to have that, we will create it. And that really is the basic of structure. Everything in the world is structure. And as you can see here, we've got focus creates reality. You're not broken. And I used to think I was broken, but I wasn't. I was just stuck. And we'll come to that shortly. So your focus creates reality. So it's really important that everything you focus on, you will create. And I'll break this down for us. So we have our current reality and our desired reality. Our current reality is where we are now. Close that chat down for now. Cool, we have our current reality and our desired reality. So our current reality is where we are now, and our desired reality is what we want in our future self. So we really want to have our desired reality. Say, for example, we want to have health and vitality. If we pen's dodgy. If we want to have health and vitality, and we have an issue at the moment, we're not well, then that has to be more, and this has to be less. So over here, we might feel as though we are sick. Not having much luck with it out the gate with the pens today. Oh, there's a goodie. We might have low energy. We might be feeling sore. Whatever it may be, we have the two structures. So we're obviously in our desired reality, creating health and vitality, which is lots of great energy. It might be giving us more joy. etc. So we're either focusing on this or we're focusing on that, or we're focusing on the desired reality or the current reality and we're oscillating. So if that's more and this is less, then we currently have an identity of someone who is sick, that has that sore hip, that sore shoulders, the sore neck, or some form of dis-ease. Now, when we're in that structure, if we're in here for longer than 4 to 6 weeks, we take up a pattern, a survival pattern, that we are that person at the identity level. So everything we create at the identity level becomes a pattern. Our unconscious brain is a habit brain. It's all about survival. So everything we do for 4 to 6 weeks and we survive it, it creates it. Now, sometimes we're creating this, we go, Greg, but that's not what I want. But we're giving it attention and we're taking actions in here to try and fix that. What we need to be doing is standing into our identity of being healthy and choosing it, take the action to have it, and actually create this. But then we go, Greg, we can't because I've got pain, I've got stiffness, I've got all this stuff going on. Now, what's happening? That's going on to keep you into this identity of being stuck. What we need to do is to get you in the identity of flowing. And how that works is we have our brain in here. We have our unconscious brain, which is all about survival. It's all about feelings. It wants to keep things the same. And it wants to keep you safe. But it only knows yes and no. Yes, you can do it. No, you can't. That's why some of us, we struggle to do public speaking because at some stage when we're younger, we maybe tried to speak in the class at school or in front of a family, and we got ridiculed for it or laughed at or something, put up a belief that public speaking is bad, it's painful. So every time we go to do public speaking, we'll get anxiety, we'll get the body sweats, we'll feel nervous, we'll get all this monkey chatter going on because the unconscious is trying to keep you safe from public speaking because last time it felt bad as a 6-year-old or a 7-year-old. Now, that's very well okay, maybe when you're younger, not to get in that pain structure again. But what if you're in your 20s and you've got a job and you want to demonstrate your product or your service or the company they're working for and self-employed and speak about your product that you love? You'll find it very difficult. In this work, we're able to take the pain off that memory from the little 6 or 7-year-old. So then public speaking or doing presentations in the older self is easy. So the unconscious wants to keep it the same. It only knows yes and no. We then have the conscious brain. It's all about ego and thinking. It's all about think, think, think. We don't work with that one so much because apart from setting the attention and visualizing on our actions to take and moving forward, because our conscious brain just wants to have fun and it'll just go off on its own wee journey every single time. So that's why in this work we close our eyes to shut the thinking brain down. We then have our superconscious in here. Our superconscious is all about intuition. It's your genius. It's your innate self that holds all the information. So your superconscious is like the hard drive of your computer. It's sitting there waiting for information. It's waiting for you to actually make a decision to do something, then ask for information intuitively, receive it or trust it, and then go for it. For example, the information to drive a car happens automatically because your superconscious and your unconscious are connected and working together to drive that car because it feels safe. You've done it before. It's a habit form and you've created that. Just like riding a bike, you just get on the bike and ride it. If we didn't have the connection between your unconscious and your superconscious, every time we got in a car, we would have to learn how to drive it again. We have to start from scratch, and that would be painstaking. So that's what that's for. So when we come back to structure, the reason why we close our eyes in the process is because then the unconscious believes this to be true. When it believes it to be true, it then shows us what's in the way. When we know what's in the way, we can then use the powerful processes to clear it. So say, for example, if you want health and vitality and you believe you can't heal yourself, then you're going to have that belief you'll never ever get this because you've got a morphic field belief structure that I can't heal myself. If you're in here and you can't believe you're not capable or the pain's too great, then it's going to be very hard to create this. Now, this current system we're in at the moment says, let's go and create that You might go see a doctor. And then you might come around here, have some pills, might make a difference, might not. You might go forward here, come into here, and then go see a specialist. Really not get anything you're looking for. You might change your diet. You might lose a bit of weight, but you're still stuck in the structure. You might come down here and start doing some exercise. You have some wins, but you're going around and around and around here. You might get some acupuncture and hypnosis. What you're doing here in the structure is trying to fix yourself. So you're teaching the unconscious brain that you're broken and that you need to fix yourself. So what it does is get stuck in a loop after 4 to 6 weeks of going around and around and around trying to fix yourself, but then looking for the next thing. And I was stuck in that structure of always looking for the next thing. The next thing will be better. The next thing will do will work. The next thing, the next thing. Until I figured out the importance of structure and realized we are either in our desired reality here, taking action to have it, or we're stuck in our current reality. And some days you might have some wind, feel pretty good, the next day you don't. Feel pretty good, and then you don't. That's what we call oscillating. If you've got lots going on, we start off in this work here being stuck. We take some actions, we take some more actions, move some more stuff that's in the way until we come into a desired reality, get into flowing and having everything what we want. There's a few of you on this call today that have certainly experienced that. Cool. So we need to get the superconscious trusting our intuition, our genius, to receive their information, to take the right actions in here to create this. That is the key structure around it. Now, there's 150 scientists throughout, mostly in Russia, believe it or not. Russia's been studying this stuff since, well, the mid 80s to early 90s. So if we look at our human body here, happy chap that he is. If we look at the human body, this one, we have these torsion fields around us. Now, these torsion fields, like the aura around your body, they hold all the information to make you, all the way through you. They look like donuts, they spin opposite ways, they have the information. They send all the informations to our atoms in our body to create who we are. So for us to create who we are, we had to do that when we were in mum's womb. So when we're in mum's womb, we're creating the sperm and the egg come together, it's a dot. And that very dot, within 4 weeks, grows into a little fetus and then into a little baby. Where did all that information come from? It had to come from somewhere to make your nose, your ankle, your head, your shoulders, your hair, your looks. It all came from the torsion fields around us. Now, these torsion fields are all the information to create us. And outside of that, we have what they call morphic fields. Now, Melissa Joy writes a couple of really good books about this. There's one of them on the website, and there's Practically Play is a new one on the website, and a little book of Big Potentials, Melissa Joy. If you want to have a look at those, she goes right into all the different morphic fields, etc. She went to Russia and studied with the scientists and came back and was blown away and wrote some books about it. Now, these morphic fields here, these are your beliefs. And we'll come to more on beliefs as we go through today. But your belief structures run the show. If you believe you're not good enough, then it's going to be hard for you to take action on that thing. Or you're going to go out and do a whole lot of actions to prove to the world that you are good enough because you believe you're not. Who here has ever felt not good enough? Yes, great. Who here has ever felt they don't belong in the world? Who's ever had the don't belong? Or the not capable? Now, there is the 6 main sabotaging beliefs. The not good enough, obviously, not capable, don't belong, the insignificant, not perfect, and also not worthy is a big one. And doing this work the last sort of 12 to 8 months, there's been a lot of another big belief show itself of not deserving. I don't deserve to be in the world, or I don't deserve to have what I love. There could be a belief structure that money is hard to make. Money doesn't grow on trees. It could be a belief structure that I'm not lovable. We have so many different belief structures going around here. Now, if these belief structures in the field of consciousness aren't serving us, we need to shift them. Because what happens is those belief structures create those belief structures in there create all these emotions and feelings. Now, these emotions and feelings can get stuck in your body because you've experienced it, so you've stored it somewhere for the future self. So these emotions and feelings in here is what's in the way of having your desired reality, the 6 or 7 sabotaging beliefs. We even call them the morphic fields, emotions and feelings, pain, rejection, judgment. Could be stress, overwhelm, frustration. So many different stuff is in the way of creating that. Now, your unconscious uses these to keep you in the structure because it believes you've survived being sick, so it's going to keep you sick. And we have to teach it that it's safe to have your desired reality, to be into your desired reality, taking the action to have that. And that does take time. That's why a lot of our programs are 4 to 6 weeks, at least 4 weeks. Unless it's just one issue like a sore hip, we can clear that up in a couple of sessions. But if you've got a lot going on in here, then it takes a lot longer to do that. So in the certification, we have a really cool process called a magical ball. Now, the magical ball process is great because we can remove an emotion of feeling very, very quickly. And let's get you to experience that. So what I'd like you to do is to everyone close their eyes and just think of having health and vitality. Just think of having that health and vitality and just choose it, visualize, go into your desired reality of having health and vitality and just choose it. Notice where you are and what you're doing with that. The exercise, the foods, meditation, just noticing it all. And then just notice how powerful you are and your desired reality, having it all, having great health, having lots of energy. And just notice how that feels. Just choose the end result of feeling that. And then what I want you to do is to go up out of your body, down your timeline, and come back down to your current reality. Notice how it feels being in your current reality. Just notice what it's like being in your current reality. And then being in your current reality, just receive a word or just know what it's like. You might be stuck or you might be okay, but you could be better. Just notice that. And then just notice there's something in the way for you having more of that desired reality. And just ask your unconscious what's in the way of having more of that choice of your desired reality. Is there a belief structure? Do I feel like I don't belong having it or I'm not capable of creating it? Not worthy of it? Maybe you're not important enough to have it or you don't deserve health. Maybe there's some emotions and feelings in the way of stress or overwhelm or some anxiety or fear. Or maybe you're not safe. Just notice a couple of those that stands out for you. And then just sort of think about that belief, emotional feeling, and then just use your consciousness to notice how much you've been experiencing that the last few days, or the week, or the month. Just notice that emotional feeling, that belief that's in the way of having more of that desired reality. And then what I want you to do is just to notice that, open your eyes when you're ready, with a pen and paper, write it down. Just write down that emotion and feeling or that belief. Write down two if you receive two, because we'll do this process a couple of times. And if you're sort of noticing something that's been going on around mental health the last few weeks, like anxiety, which is a fear of the future, or depression, fear of the past, just write down that anxiety and depression. We can do it around that. Just anything that's been getting in your way, that's been giving you frustration or stress, that monkey chatter, that unconscious brain that's going what blah 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 blah. Just write that one down. Right. Oh. Now the magical ball process came about about 18 months ago. I think probably maybe 2 years. When because I'm always looking for new things and studying other stuff that's out there. Always looking for good, powerful processes that I can keep adding to the certifications because I love growing and learning, and I know my coaches do as well. They're always looking to learn the next thing when they can do. And I come across this guy that used to be a psychologist in America for the mental health prisons for murderers and all that heavy crime. And he worked with them for 8 or so years at the high end, one of the best of the best, and just wasn't getting results with them. They were getting released and still going out and doing terrible things, and they were just found over 8 years things weren't working. So this process came to him. It's a very simple one. Well, it's not exactly how we do it, it's similar. And I found it by chance. Haven't found it since. Can't even remember that guy's name. And did it and thought, wow, that's pretty cool. Tried it on my clients, tried it on me. And then we had a workshop, 2 point workshop here in Motueka, and we all did the process. And I said to the coaches at the time, we need to give it a name. Now, one of our coaches, Verity, who's just like an excited teenager, she's lovely, she's awesome, very energetic. She said, let's call it the Magical Ball. And that's how it was called the Magical Ball. It was a team effort. So I'm going to teach you this process today. And the Magical Ball is a great one to have in your back pocket to teach your teenagers, your kids, your family, your friends, anybody at all, because it can be done very easily without a lot of education. It's fun, it's easy, and it's really powerful and it works. It's a little powerful process. It's definitely our quickest and it's easy. So how it works is we have you here looking down at this magical ball. And inside this magical ball that's there to serve you and it loves you is what you don't want, which is that word we just wrote down before, that emotion, feeling, or belief, that thing that you don't want. So we're going to put that into the magical ball. Better give you some arms, funny looking arms. And we're going to put it in the magical ball and we're going to just notice it in there. Now, when we do, you're going to notice the magical grows bigger and bigger and bigger. Now let that magical ball grow as big as what you want. It might grow as big as the house, as the town you're in, as the country. It might grow as big as the earth, or whatever it wants. Just let it, it'll grow naturally as big as what it wants. And then it'll eventually stop. Now when it stops, then you grow yourself bigger than the ball. So you're looking down at that magical ball, looking down at it. And what happens then is the ball then shrinks and goes smaller and smaller until it becomes a dot, and then it'll completely disappear. And what that does at the neuron level, which I will show you, at the neuron level, it actually disconnects the neuron that was created around that emotional feeling. So I'll just open that up. So these neurons, we have billions of them in our head, our heart, and our gut. These neurons are what we call the memories, and they create everything around. Like if we wanted to learn the guitar, we've got to practice it and practice it. And then eventually it connects. So I'll just share the screen. Bear with me here. Begin understanding, you better see the science behind it. Right. So here is a neuron connecting. This one here, you could be like learning to play the guitar. Here's a couple of neurons. You can only see with a microscope, obviously, and here they are connecting. So whatever they are connecting there, they are making a memory. Now that memory is becoming something that's starting again. So you're practicing a chord of a guitar, practicing and practicing it. There's a little UFO flying by, practicing and practicing, and then they connect. When they connect, you remember the chord of that guitar. Pretty fascinating, eh? They've only been able to develop cameras and stuff that can actually go in since 2000, about 1999, 2000. Now here's, oh, I'll get rid of that ad. So the neurons themselves, when they connect, they create that memory. So if we created that neuron, we can disconnect the neuron. That's what all our processes do, is enable us to do that. So we'll skip this ad. So here we go, there's a wee video.
Powering all of your thoughts and actions. Neurons talk to each other using both electrical and chemical signals. Messages start as electrical signals traveling rapidly down a neuron. These signals are called action potentials. When they reach the gap between two neurons, the messages need some help to get across. The information is transformed from an action potential into a chemical message, which crosses the gap called a synapse. The release of those chemical messengers can trigger an action potential in the neuron on the other side of the synapse, conveying the message onward. Or it can quiet the message. This happens over and over and over. And with repeated activity, the synapse gets stronger, so the next message is more likely to get through. That way, neurons learn to pass on important messages and ignore the rest. This is how our brains learn and adapt to an ever-changing world.
So that is the neurons, how they work. If we create a neuron, say for example, we fall off, we get bitten by a dog, for example, and we create the neurons and the memory of the dogs that bad, dogs hurt, dogs are painful. Every time we see a dog, that neuron, that memory gets turned on. It brings not just the information of dogs into our field, but the bit and the pain of that event of being bitten by a dog. So because we created that neuronally, we created that memory, we can disconnect it. And this is what you're going to get to experience today. So what I'd like you all to do is to close your eyes again. Just close your eyes and breathe in, nice and relaxed. And I want you to visualize creating a magical ball in front of you. That magical ball is here to serve you. It loves you. I want you to set the intention to get the most out of the process and just choose that. Choose that magical ball. And inside that magical ball, put that word that you do not want, that motion, feeling, or belief that came up for you before. Put it into that ball. And as you put having that word in there, noticing what you don't want, notice that the ball starts to grow and get bigger. Just notice it getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And let it grow as big as what it wants. Let it grow as big as it wants. It could grow as big as you, as big as the room, as big as the house. Just notice it all. And just remember there's no right or wrong in this work. Just let the consciousness and the field just do its thing. And once it gets as big as it chooses, you'll just notice eventually that it stops. And when it stops growing, I then want you to grow yourself bigger than that ball. Go up high, be powerful, and look down at that ball. And just notice that it starts to get smaller and smaller and smaller. And as it's getting smaller, you just notice it fade away to nothing. And when it fades away to nothing, open your eyes and come back. And then I want you to, when you're back in the room with us, now I want you to think about that word, that motion, feeling, or belief. And it should feel quite different. It should feel like it's not there when you think about it. It should feel blank. And that's the disconnecting of the neuron, getting you out of the pain of that, whatever it was, that motion, feeling, or belief on that past memory when it was created. So like I said, it's a great one for kids, teenagers, anybody at all, that all of a sudden they experience something, some overwhelm or lack of self-confidence or whatever it may be, they can clear it. And then when you're ready, you can close your eyes again and create that magical ball. And inside that magical ball, put the other emotion, feeling, or belief structure that came up. Putting that word into that magical ball, just notice the magical ball grows again. It gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and let it grow as big as what it chooses. And then when it stops getting bigger and bigger, eventually it will stop. And then grow yourself bigger than that ball. Be powerful, more bigger than that ball. And just notice the ball start to get smaller and smaller and smaller and fade away to nothing. It'll just get smaller and smaller and smaller. And once it's completely gone, you can open your eyes and come on back. Excellent. And then once you've opened your eyes, think about that emotion or feeling and notice it. What comes up when you think about that now should feel different. Just like the awesome magical ball. Excellent. Great. So next we're going to move on is to getting more into these belief structures. So our belief structures that run the show are our deep-rooted cause of our pain structures. They are what drives the emotions and feelings. Like I said, if you have not capable, you might have procrastination and lack of motivation and all that stuff because you believe you're just not capable. So the 6 sabotaging beliefs are not good enough. He's going out on me. They don't belong. They're not capable. They're not worthy. They're not perfect. Or insignificant, which is not important. Or, of course, the other ones like I don't deserve. Or I'm not lovable. These are all the sabotaging beliefs that get in the way, and there's so many of them. That's just a few. So how do we take in a belief structure and take it off the field so we're no longer experiencing it? Well, firstly, we've got to find the original event that created it and clear it. Now, in this work, we never ever talk about the problem. We don't need to, we don't go there. As far as we're concerned, therapy and counseling should just stop. Because going into a problem, we get our page back here, going into a problem at the identity level and reminiscing it and experiencing it. So, for example, here we have a traumatic memory from the past. And on that traumatic memory is pain, negative beliefs, an emotion or a feeling. If we go back to that traumatic memory, and as soon as we go to, it gets activated and taking action, we see that dog or we see that person again, or we see whatever it may be that triggers it, The traumatic memory comes into an active experience. We think about it, but it brings the emotion, the feeling, and the pain in as well. So this process enables us to take the belief structure, which drops the emotion and feeling the pain, off the past memory that's stuck in here. We'll take that belief off, it clears it, and then that turns that event into wisdom. So a traumatic event from the past without pain is wisdom. And that's the cool thing about it. In this work, we get out of our pain structure and into more confidence and joy and love and grace. So we must take that belief structure off that past memory, that traumatic memory that has that belief of pain. Now, the unconscious shows us all these emotions and feelings I showed you before. These ones here, because there's your belief structures, here's your emotions and feelings. It shows you the emotions and feelings because it doesn't want to go into the belief structure because the belief structure hurts so much. The belief structure is the rooted cause, it's the pain, rooted deep pain point the unconscious is trying to avoid. So for me, with my don't belong, what I would be doing was going out there, creating all these communities of people, stepping into it to get a sense of belonging. And then I'd try to go into that scenario, like building clubs and hospitalities and communities and events at the time. And then I'd get that anxiety because my unconscious didn't want to go into that environment with all those people in case they judged or rejected me. I'm okay about it now. It doesn't bother me people rejecting or judging me because it's just a natural part of life. Nobody's going to love everybody. There's always going to be conflict between some people. And I know I'm not perfect. I'm happy with that. I'm happy with being not perfect. I'm happy just with everything flowing exactly how it's meant to be. So having that belief structure on that don't belong in here enabled me to in my current reality and desired reality, creating all these events here to belong, but I had a belief that I don't belong. All it would do is allow me to create that, and then as soon as I created it, it would pull me back to here. So I'd create that and it'd pull it back to here. So what I was doing was having success, failure, having success, failure. And that's what, at the age of 45-ish, I decided that I wanted to go and stop that structure because I'd had enough and that was not serving me. But obviously, that's what, as I mentioned at the beginning, that's what started the journey. So, how do we clear that? Well, there's a really cool process called a negative flip belief. So, we choose our desired reality. And I'd like one of you to just think about what comes up with your belief structures and pick one that you feel you're stuck in. It can be that not capable, not good enough, whatever you think you've got going on. And I want you to think about the desired reality, and we're going to put it in here, and someone can jump out soon, and we will work on that. So in that desired reality, say you might put that you do belong, if that's the one you want to choose. I fully belong in the world. What we do is when we choose that, we then take you up out of your body, down your timeline, and find the very first event that created that I don't belong. Whenever that happened, that very first event. I don't belong. Now, that event is the traumatic memory from the past. Could be 5 years of age. If it's before birth, we can go into that more detailed. We can go more detail. If that happens, I'll just guide you through it. When we find that very first event, because that event has happened, there's been all these other events that's happened since that's proven you don't belong. Because for me, I was stuck in that loop. When we find that event, we do not go into it because it's pain. We then draw a circle before it. In that circle, we then put that you do belong, and we put love, belonging, you're safe, you've given, received love, and anything else that we're going to unpack around the things that you love, family, friends, food, travel, outdoors, anything you love in here to then make this really powerful. Then we're going to bring you all the way back down your timeline, fly you back to now like a bird. And when we do, it takes all that pain structure off the original event and all the other ones. There's a few modalities out there that will go into this, which once again is therapy going into the trauma, find the belief, the emotion, feeling, and flip it. That's okay. It kind of works. Can get some good results. But what the process doesn't do, the other ones, is doesn't clear the whole timeline and doesn't create the event of joy and amazingness beforehand, which is the key. So in our work, we simply create that so when they're able to remove what's in the way and clear the belief structures. If anyone's got any questions about that, just throw that in there in the chat. We can answer that. And just before we get started, on that belief structure, does anybody have a pain point in their body that they'd also like to use in a belief structure? If you want to do that and you'd like to jump out, just put your thumbs up on the screen. And just as long as you've got good audio and video, then we can do the process. And someone can have a win. Is there anyone that'd like to jump out and have a feeling and go of the process? Anybody at all? Who's got a belief that's keen to jump out? Not good enough, not worthy, or not capable? You don't have to, of course. No takers. Okie dokie. Oh, Gillian's happy to jump out. Great stuff. Okay, Gillian. Thank you. Pim, beautiful. Hey, Jilly, how are you today?
Hi, I'm very good, thank you. I am good,
Awesome.
yeah.
Excellent. Well, this is a great opportunity for you if you'd like to share a bit of your journey with everybody in this work, how we met and stuff.
Yep, definitely. So my journey started with about, I've had arthritis, rheumatoid arthritis, for about 13, 14 years prior to meeting Greg. And I was at my wit's end with trying to get myself sorted and get myself healthy. I was on 5 different medications, basically stuck on my bed for about 23 hours of the day. Like in between that time, obviously, be able to get up a little bit and go and, go to the toilet and feed myself and things like that. But every time I moved, it was just a complete torture session. It was really, really bad. So at the time, I was getting some craniosacral work done from a friend of mine. And I'd just been to a session with her. And she says to me, hey, I've heard about this guy called Greg Jones, who's doing amazing things with healing and arthritis and things like that. And so I was like, right, give me his number. So as soon as I'd finished my session and got out to the car, I gave him a ring. And I says to him, I explained my story and what have you. And so we made an appointment for the next day. And so that first session that we had, because I was on my bed again, couldn't move. So he rang and he says to me, we had a little chat about what was going on. And he was like, all right, let's take some of the pain out of those knees. And I was like, oh, good luck. Okay, let's go. And so did a 2-point session. And he says to me, now stand up. And I'm like, oh my God, I have to try and stand up. Okay. And I was able to. I managed to get myself around and stood up, and I was like, oh God. Because usually when I'd stand up, it'd feel like my knees were going to fail me, that they felt like they were going to click too far back, and just the pain of actually having the rest of my weight on my knees and that sort of thing. And then I was actually standing there, and I was like, okay. And he's like, go for a walk. And I'm like, oh my God, okay, I'll try and walk. And I did. And I experienced no pain. And I was just like, I was blown away. I'm like, oh my God, how could it be that easy? How? And so did a couple of things again, throughout that session. And then the next day we worked on my hips. And I remember through that one, I had the physical sensation, because this was all online, because Greg's up in Motueka, I'm down in Invercargill. And so the second session, I remember my feeling my hips, like we were working on my hips, and I remember feeling them like moving physically. And I was saying to him, my God, what's going on here? And he's like, no, that's all right, it's all good. And yeah, so I took the pain out of that. And I could, for the first time in more than likely over a year and a half of not really being able to move, I was able to go out of my room, because how when you walk over out through a ranch slider, there's a little lip that you have to step down. Well, I could actually step down off that without having to hold on to the door or anything like that, and walked down to my car, which is not it's not that far, honestly, but it was the first time that I was able to do it without nearly A, dying, and B, crying, because everything I used to do, it used to make me cry because it was just
Yeah.
so painful in life, you know.
Yeah.
And yeah, so I was hooked. I was like, oh my God. And I remember saying to my daughter, I called her and I says, look, I can walk, I can move. And so, yeah, signed up for the program straight away. And yeah, it was like we worked together for 12 weeks or so. And yeah, at the end of that, virtually pain free, able to move. I was back at the gym. I was back doing my horses. It was just literally like a miracle. It was amazing. And so that's when I decided, yeah, I want to do this to help other people. Because if this can work for me, I'm just me, and you don't consider yourself, anything much. But when I, yeah, had such positive results, I'm like, yeah, this is me. I want to go and do that. So yeah, signed up for the coaching, and here I am, a year and a bit later. Yeah, out there, still going to the gym, still doing my horses, and it gave me my life back. Literally gave me my life back. Yeah. I
Yeah.
love my bed still, but not that much. I try to stay off it as much as I can.
Yeah. Awesome.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Excellent.
yeah.
Beautiful. And you got certified in the 2 point, and you're now healing other people in the 2 point.
Yes, yep, definitely. Yeah,
Awesome.
it's the same for my banner and all that sort of thing. And I have been working with clients, and we've had successes and all that sort of thing along the way. So it's been a really awesome journey, awesome journey. Such a good journey too of rediscovering myself, because like when you're stuck in that pain structure, life shuts down, everything shuts down.
Mm.
You can't see outside of that. And I was literally in a place where I couldn't see life carrying on. I was like, it was dark. There was no light at the end of that tunnel anymore.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now it's like the world is my oyster. It's like, where do I go next? What do I do? It's like everything's out there
Yay.
for me now. So yeah. Yeah. Thank you so much, Greg, by the way. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Oh, you're very welcome.
Extremely
And thanks for
grateful.
sharing. Thanks for
No.
entrusting in me in the work.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
Mm. And the beautiful thing about this work too is I never healed Julie. The cool thing
Yeah,
about this
that's
work
right.
is she healed herself through the field of information and removing what's stuck, just all the stuff that's in the way.
Yeah.
We just in the certification, we just become very good at guiding people to their own transformation. That's the cool thing about it. Yeah. And yes, it is a miracle. Like so many people seeing this, hearing this story, that it is a miracle in how it's seen. But when you unpack it and know the processes, it's not rocket science at all.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Mm. And also, I mean, you've also sent your video through to get certified in the advanced certification. That's pretty exciting too.
Yep, that's my next one. Get that certification under my belt, and yeah, let's go
Beautiful.
and heal the world. Yeah.
Yeah, excellent. Love that. That's awesome. Beautiful. Okay. And what would you like to work on today?
Well, actually, I would like to work on getting my story out there a bit more, because I'm still a little bit hesitant on really putting myself forward with that. It's one of
Okay.
my big blocks. Yeah. Yeah.
Beautiful. Okay, great. So, what is the choice? I choose the end result of what's that desired reality? I choose the end result of.
Um, Being brave enough to share my story with the world.
Okay, beautiful. Okay, so desired reality. Get rid of that pen. Share your story with the world. Rightio. Okay, so that is the choice. So there are 5 steps in the process. The first step is to get the client, in this case, Chile, into the end result of it. The second step is to get the emotion and feeling around it. We'll do this shortly. The third step is then to see what it's like now. This is just unpacking to find the belief. The third step is to find out what it's like now. The fourth step is then to unpack and see what's in the way. And then step 5 is do the process. So I'll get you to close your eyes. It's a great choice, Jilly. I love it.
Thank you.
The world needs to hear it for sure. So you can help more people. Get people out of that from being stuck into that flowing like you are now, flowing. And just notice that you're a certified coach. Notice the powerful journey that you've done and that you are getting it out to the world. Just choose that beautiful choice. I choose the end result of sharing your story with the world. Visualize being on stage, seeing the crowd, running workshops, having people come up to hear your story. And for people that choose it to also have the miracle healing and that life and that flowingness and get out of their pain structure. And how does that feel? Get into that feeling, Jilly. Feeling of being that. And then tell me, how does that feel?
So I feel like excited but really nervous about doing it.
Okay, thank you. So then what I'll get you to do is to come, step 3 is come out of your body, down your timeline into your current reality. And just notice what it's like now with that nervousness. And what would someone have to believe that they're nervous?
Um, and I'm not really good enough or capable.
Thank
Probably
you.
not good enough would be the bigger one.
Okay, so you've got 2 there though, that's fine. We need to clear them both. Great. Excellent. And what else is coming up for you around that? Got nervousness, not good enough, a little bit of not capable. What else?
Um, I feel like there would be a little bit of judgment from people. Maybe they'll judge me because, like, who am I? Who are you to do this?
Yes.
So yeah,
Thank you. And when you think about that being judged by others, what would you have to believe that that's true?
um, maybe that I don't deserve to be recognised or noticed or be in the spotlight.
Beautiful. Thank you. Don't deserve. Is there anything else coming up for you around that?
I'm just really, really shy about stepping forward into it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
understandable. Because it's not as if you've ever done it before, is it?
that's right.
Okay, great. Open your eyes and come back. So we can basically you'll see that Jilly had the emotion and feeling come out first. And then we got her to find out what would she believe to believe that that's true, and then go down to the root and go under that emotion and feeling and find the deep-rooted belief structure. We must shift the beliefs because they run the show. As I mentioned before, they are now the morphic fields, and we need to clear them and flip them into that she is good enough, that she is capable. Now, when we're working with our neurons on memories, no memories ever die. We're just taking the pain structure off. So then we can turn it into that wisdom. And we never talk about the problem. We don't need to because we don't need to go into that pain structure because when we do, as mentioned before, we're just telling our unconscious that we're broken and getting more of what we don't want. So we're going to remove that belief structures in here, the judgment and the shy, which underneath that is not good enough, don't deserve, and not capable. So let's do the process, eh? Here we can put those. It was capable, good enough, and deserving. Which would you like to remove first?
The not good enough. That would be the biggest one.
Okay, beautiful.
Yeah.
Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Beautiful. So close your close your eyes and go back into step one. Go back into choose that, sharing your story with the world. And into that, put that you are good enough. You are good enough to do that. And then step into the feeling of being on stage, being in workshops, traveling around the camper van in New Zealand, doing workshops and live shows, sharing your story with the world. Notice how it feels and just choose that you are good enough. Just choose that you are. And now what I'd like you to do is just to go up out of your body and down your timeline and find that very first event. Be above it like a bird. Don't go into it. Just be above it. Find that very first event where you created not good enough. And let me know when you're there. The very first event.
Yep. Okay.
Beautiful. Now, what age are you at that first event?
I feel like a 5-year-old.
5-year-old. Thank you. Now, what I'd like you to do is just to draw a circle in your timeline just before it. You know, like 4.5, 4 3/4. Draw a circle in your timeline and be above that circle. Look down at that circle. And inside that circle, I would like you to put that you do fully belong because it's true. I belong. Sorry, good enough. Put good enough in there first. You fully are good enough. Just notice how it feels being above that circle of you being good enough. Then put in that I do belong, I am safe, and I've given and received love. While Julie's mixing all that up in the circle, so the three things that we must always put in the circle is belonging, love, and feeling safe, because it's the three things that the unconscious loves best in the world. If you're a parent and teacher, or you've got children or kids around you, cousins, nephews, whatever, make sure you do your best that you can do to create those three things for the child, especially between the age of 0 to 9, 0 to 7, when they're creating their conscious brain, because their conscious brain is created, we'll do more of this later, between the age of 3.5, 7. And that's when, as the shamans teach, what you put into a child between 0 and 7 will make that child for life. Unless, I mean, back then they didn't know that negative flip belief, so we can't shift it. But the three things the child loves growing up is to feel safe, have a belonging in the family, a belonging in the world, and to be loved. Get those three things right, that child will have great confidence, self-esteem, and be able to go out there and take action on all its choices it wants to do and not get stuck in any mental health. That's a lot of that big cause of mental health is one of those three. In some cases, unfortunately, terrible things happen to beautiful people, and a child might have experienced none of that in the home, felt unsafe, not loved, and didn't belong. They grow up in that. They do that, that child is then going to grow into full mental health later in life. And if you know any of those people, send them to us because we can clear it as we're through this process, especially. So just being above that circle, having that I do belong, I'm loved, I'm safe, and I'm fully good enough. And then put everything you love into there, the daughters, the son, the horse, and the doggies, the horses. Make that circle powerful. And we're just adding some more other stuff to it because that means love to Julie and it gives that circle more power. It just makes it more powerful. We're basically creating a new memory in the timeline, which is cool. And now what I want you to do is to turn around and now fly back to now, be that bird. And as you do, just notice all the events shift and change all the way back to now. Just clear them all off. From 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, through the teenage years, all the way back to now. Just notice everything shift and change. And don't go into anything. We don't fly into any events or go down. Just fly above them all. As soon as we go into an event, it feels bad, and we're just turning that neuron on and turning the event on the pain structure. We don't need to, we just want to fly over it. And then just let me know once you're back in the room. Flying all the way back to now, having more satisfaction, more of what you want,
Yep, I'm back.
being fully good enough. Great, right, come back down to your body and just breathe in and blow all the stuff out from the past. And that's generally in this process, we're not actually remember blowing out any information or anything. You can't take that stuff on. It's just the body having a release physically. That's all it's doing. Now, I want you to look to the past, look back down your timeline, and just notice how it's different. And tell us what comes
Yeah,
up for you.
I don't feel that nervousness so much. It feels lighter. It feels a lot better.
Beautiful. Are you good enough?
And yes, I am. I am
Beautiful.
good.
Awesome. Yeah, excellent. Now, I just noticed there you said it's not so nervous, but there's still some nervousness.
Yeah.
So let's go and see what that nervousness is attached to what memory. So
Okay.
rather than going for the belief in this case, we're just going to go for the emotion and the nervousness, the feeling. Find that memory, go down your up at your body, down your timeline, find that event that has that nervousness connected to it, the very first one. And just be above it and let me know once you're there.
Okay. Yep.
Great.
Found it.
Now, just looking down at that event, the nervousness, is there anything in that event in regards to not capable or don't deserve, or is it something different?
Um, it's that feeling of not capable again.
Okay, great. So draw a circle before it,
Yep.
and in that circle put that you are fully capable. Now, I was just doing it that way because I want to make sure that that nervousness is connected to one of these other two beliefs that we need to clear. And also in that circle put that you fully belong in the world, you're safe, and you've given received love, and you are fully capable because it's true, you are capable. And also in that circle put the love for your horses, the dog, and the kids. Everything you love, pour it into that circle, make it powerful.
Yep.
And then being above that circle, how does it feel?
Actually, way better. No nervousness at all looking at that.
Beautiful. Right, turn around and then fly all the way back to now. And just notice all those events shift and change because that new one you created. And this time, as you're flying back along your timeline, just drop bombs of I am capable all the way along your timeline at any event that's stuck where you experience not capable from the past.
Yeah, yep, I'm back.
Right, awesome. Come back down into your body and just breathe in and blow out that stuff from the past. Right, now look to the past, notice how it's different. And the reason why we do this is because we want Jilly to experience the past so she can see that it's different and feel it. Note and feel like a feel and experience to upgrade the difference.
Yeah.
Great. Now go back into that choice, that beautiful choice of taking your story to the world.
Yep.
Are you capable? Thanks.
Yes, I am.
Are you
I am.
capable?
Yep. I feel a lot braver too.
Yay. Awesome.
Yeah.
So put yourself on the stage and visualize being in front of everybody.
Yep.
How does it feel now?
Pretty exciting actually. It's like I've got a story, and you guys might want to hear this. It's like, yeah, let's get this across. Yeah,
Yay, damn straight you do.
yeah, yeah.
Excellent. Love that. Beautiful. And just notice that you're like just mix it up a little bit. Notice that TV channels are there recording it because they want to share your story on TV.
Woo. Yeah, let's throw some stuff into the mix.
Yeah. So what I'm basically doing here now, Julie, is we've got the creation. We made it, a big thing, getting in front of people, sharing the story, and then we up it, bring video cameras recordings in, and that really triggers the unconscious because it'll trigger anything around being seen by more people, but also re-watch, re-record it. So if you get something wrong, then it can be recorded over and over again. As the unconscious goes into panic around that, if it has the belief of being judgment from others, etc. So when the look at the video cameras recording you, is that the not I don't deserve and the judgment, or what comes up for you?
Actually, nothing. It's like I can look at them and think, oh yeah, okay, they're recording me. Yeah, it's just part of it. It's like, all right,
Beautiful.
yeah.
Now, do you deserve it?
Yes, I do. I do. I do deserve to be able to be in the spotlight and be heard.
Beautiful.
You know?
So do we think, does it seem like that don't deserve then was connected to the not capable?
Yeah, yeah, very much.
Same that same event as that little one created at the two beliefs at the same time.
Yeah, yeah. Wow,
Mm. So just
that's
notice
interesting.
that.
Yeah.
Great. Now we'll just test it on a scale of 1 to 10. Now, like in most things we do here, we do the opposite to everybody else. So 1 is good, 1 is amazing, and 10 is you're stuck. What number are you about taking it out to the world?
I'd be a one. Yep,
Beautiful. Great. So there's
yep.
no resistance at all.
No, feels like I
Excellent.
can just, yeah.
Yay. Awesome. Love it. Open your eyes and come back.
Ooh, yeah. No, that feels really good. Yeah.
Awesome. And just for those that haven't done the process before, just share what it was like doing in the timeline and the experience.
Um, so going down the timeline, finding the first event, that was like that pretty much popped up straight away. Um, yeah. But then like yeah, coming back up, it definitely took away a lot of those feelings and a lot of that nervousness, like I said.
Yeah.
And yeah, I felt a lot more like I feel a lot more empowered now would be the word I'd use. Yeah, it's making me, yeah,
Awesome.
it's really given me like, I feel like I've got an edge. It's like, yeah, I can really go and do this now. Yeah.
Cool.
So,
Beautiful.
yeah.
And what was it like for you coming up the timeline with flipping the events? How did that feel? How would you describe it?
Um, that was good. It's like, although you can't really see, hang on, I'm just trying to see what it's like. You can't really see events flipping, you can feel it because like when you're coming back up and you know that there's been events there, like you sort of flick back into memory, it's like, no, bring yourself out. It's like you can. I just replaced all that with those feelings of empowerment and that sort of thing that I was feeling that was in my ball, in my magical ball. Yeah.
Yes.
So I mean,
Yeah.
I reminded myself, put those there, put those there, put that feeling, bring that feeling with you. So, yeah, yeah, making sure that I held on to that feeling and brought that with me was,
Mm.
yeah, it's really good. Yeah, but I could literally see, like, I had the sensation that um, actually I didn't have to feel like that. It was
Mm.
just, I didn't have
Cool.
to go there, but I did. Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, really good.
Excellent. Awesome. And would you like to do this process on any body part?
Actually, I don't really have a sore body part.
Well, that's a great
uh, I,
complaint.
yeah, yeah. Actually, through my neck over the last couple of days has been a little bit niggly. So yeah,
Okay.
let's try it on my neck.
Okay,
Yeah.
beautiful. Right, so the same process except here. And when I first learned the negative flip belief process, this is all I used it for was removing belief structures. Then at the beginning of the 2 point was work with people, they would heal, but then sometimes the pain would come back. And unpacking all of that, I'd noticed that they had a belief They don't trust themselves. They had a belief can't heal themselves. They had a belief that they're not good enough to heal themselves. There's all these beliefs going on. So what I would do then is I gave it a go and trialed it by putting a healthy neck in here, and then went up and found the belief that was in the way. And then I've got them choose a healthy neck and just go find any event that's in the way. Because all these emotions and feelings, and one of these here will be stuck in Jilly's neck.
Yeah.
And when we get the pains, the aches and pains in the body, it's our spirit saying, hey, I want to process, I want to remove this, I want to free myself from it. And that's what majority of the aches and pains are. If you have a traumatic car accident, for example, what mood were you in before the accident? How severe was it? Did you think you're going to die? Was it painful? Did you have worries on finances? All that sort of stuff. While you're in recovery, you've got to clear all that stuff from trauma. And we believe in the old days, there was a medicine man, or each village had their own powerful person who specialized in natural like this sort of stuff. And you just go up and have those healings right there and then. But in these days, a lot of that option's been lost. And in this work, we're bringing it back, which is cool. Excellent, rightio. So let's do the process. Let's get you to choose a perfectly healthy neck.
Yep.
And close your eyes. That's the right side of your neck, is it?
Yes, it is.
Right. So just choose that perfectly healthy neck. And just choose it. Notice like you're doing board rolls, or just visualize anything you're doing with a healthy neck.
Yeah.
Dancing around the house, sleeping easily, strong, healthy, flexible neck. Great. Now, how does that feel?
Really good. Really good.
Yay. Beautiful. So now what I want you to do is to go up out of your body, down your timeline, and find that very first event that has resistance to that choice of a healthy, strong, flexible neck.
Yep. Okay. Got
Now,
it.
how old are you at that event?
I'd be about 40, 41.
Okay, great. So draw a circle before it, and in that circle put healthy, strong, flexible neck. And then visualize in that circle that you belong, you're safe, you've given, received love. And visualize the animals, the kids with a strong, healthy, flexible neck. Just visualize it in that circle. Now, being above that circle, how does it feel?
Good.
Awesome. Now turn around and fly all the way back to now. Be that bird, drop bombs on any other event that has resistance to that healthy neck. And then just let me know once you're back in the room. Strong, healthy, flexible neck.
Yep. I'm back.
Great. Come back down into your body. Breathe in. Blow out all that stuff from the past. Now look to the past. Look down your timeline. What's different?
Well, it definitely feels lighter. Feels
Great.
good.
Excellent. Now go back into that choice of a healthy, strong, flexible neck. And how does it
Yep.
feel now between 1 and 10? 1 is awesome, 10, you can't move it.
1. It's definitely a 1. Yeah.
Okay. So we got it all in doing, we only need to do it once.
Yep. Yep,
Okay.
that's cool. Yeah.
No pain?
No, it's gone.
Excellent. Awesome. Open your eyes and come back.
Yeah,
Now
okay.
let's unpack it and think about let's unpack it and see what was stuck in there. Go
Okay.
back and think about that event of wisdomness. What was in that
Yep.
event? Emotion, feeling, or belief? What was in there?
That was so it resulted from an accident. That's where I went back to. Um, oh, actually, yeah, it was around not being able to heal myself because at the time the
Ah,
doctors said to me, "Don't be surprised if you have neck troubles for the rest of your life." Yeah, and yeah,
right.
yeah, but it's gone. It's gone. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. And it's funny too, like when I turned around with the magical ball and start to come back up my timeline, I could
Yes.
literally feel like a ball in the crook of my neck there where it meets my shoulder. It
Yeah.
felt like it pulled up, like the energy had pulled up, and then it like just went, dissipated, gone. Yeah,
Hey,
yeah.
awesome.
Out of
I
it.
love
Yeah,
that.
that was really cool. Yeah.
Beautiful. Thank you. And if we look at it from here, we have the morphic field, the belief that it may never heal, what
Yeah.
the doctor said.
Yep.
And
Right.
you know, especially when we're growing up, we look at these doctors in their white coats and we believe everything they say because we're taught to as kids, especially. So I put that morphic field in there. So that there was stuck in the timeline
Yeah.
and here, that belief. Create a new one, the opposite, and boom. So well done.
Yeah, that feels really good. It actually literally feels lighter, like it's actually gone, not sort of still just sitting there. It's like, yeah, feels freer and gone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank
Excellent.
you. Welcome.
Thanks. Oh, so well. Thank you. Thanks for jumping out.
Problem. Every time. Hey, if it does to this for me, I'll jump out every time. Yeah.
Done.
Yeah.
Awesome. Is there anything else you'd like to work on?
Um, Not that I can think of. Everything else is pretty good. Yeah.
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 Excellent. Okay, right. I'll just pop you back. Thank you so much for jumping
No
out and
problem.
support.
Awesome.
Awesome. How was that as an example? It just shows you that the belief I can't heal myself was stuck in the neck from that accident, took that belief on because of the accident. That's why it was in the neck. We shift that belief, it frees the energy because information is just energy, it's stuck in the body, it frees it from the body. So how friggin' cool. I've actually gonna put someone on the spot here to see if she would also jump out and tell her story, Miss Adrian, because she had a very similar experience. So would you be happy to jump out, Adrian, and share your story? I'm guessing that's a yes. I haven't had a shaky head.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can, thank
Oh,
you. Hello,
right.
and how are you?
I'm very good, thanks.
That's good. And you also have been on a big journey. Tell
Sure
us a little
have.
bit about what it was like for you when we first met and what and your history before that, the structure you were in,
So
and then
I was in severe agony with arthritis in my spine and my neck from breaking my back in three places from jumping off the bridge when I was 34 to end my life.
and that was the
And
Auckland Harbour Bridge,
yeah.
a big bridge.
Yeah.
Which, when you first told me, I would thought you were doing that for kicks until I seen, actually the size of that jump. And then a couple of weeks later, you said, "No, I did it to take my life." It's like, oh, yeah,
Yeah, this was before bungee jump.
right, okay,
And I
yeah,
never got a t-shirt.
yeah. No, you wouldn't have. Rescue T-shirt.
Yeah, and dealing with mental health, severe depression and manic episodes. And that's what I wanted to ask you too. I just thought of that just before. Um, with my mental health, well, they diagnosed me as bipolar. I've always called it I have a mood disorder. So, do you think I came to this earth with this illness, the chemical imbalance in the brain, or was it the way I was situated within my family?
Beautiful question. A little bit off track, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Everything's always how it's meant to be. So in this work, we teach intuition.
Yeah.
So if I was to tell you what I thought, and I could tell you what I think intuitively, but it'll be the same answer as probably you get. But if I was to tell you what I thought based on my experience and my beliefs, and you believed that, you'd create a morphic field of that belief, and it could be true or it could be not.
Yeah.
So I'll get you to close your eyes and now just ask your intuition the same question. Just ask the field of information. Did you bring it through, or was it created after you were born?
I'm really not sure.
Could it have been both?
Yeah, I think both.
Beautiful. That's what I got.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, I came through with some issue there with the brain, the mental side of it, but how I was within my family, that just made me carry on that way, kind of thing.
Yeah, would it added to it, reinforced it, and made it more difficult?
Yeah,
Yeah.
like
Beautiful.
not feeling confident within with my two sisters, always trying to feel I needed to be as good as them and that I
Yes.
wasn't as good as them.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah,
Spot on.
yeah.
Yes. So, and we'll cover more of that in the human journey, which is after we get this done, have a wee break. We'll come back and I'll do the human journey, explain about how you take all that on. So you tried to commit suicide at age 34. It's like 17 years ago, something was it? 14 years ago?
Oh, about 24 years ago, I
Like
think.
24 years
Yeah,
ago. And you survived it, obviously. You're here now, and we met at the beginning of the year at a festival. And I remember it because you came over in severe pain, and one of our coaches, certified coaches, Dena, worked on you from Christchurch to start with.
yeah,
And then you loved it and you came back for more.
yeah, definitely.
And you came back for some
Because
more.
I could hardly walk. I was
Yeah.
at such, and I was going everywhere to find help, but nothing worked. Chiropractor, cupping,
Yeah.
um,
Great. And then you brought the certification. You've gone through that and you're working through that
yeah.
in the master class, and you're going to be working with us also in the healing journey. And tell us what's it like now?
Oh, excellent. I have no pain at all. No arthritis at all.
Yep. Beautiful.
And, I thought I was going to have this long term.
Yeah.
I didn't think I was going to be healed from this at all.
Yeah.
Because I did get told at the time, at 34 years old, they did tell me right then, the doctors, oh, you'll have arthritis in your older years.
Another morphic field. Another
Yeah.
belief.
Don't
Buggers.
believe the doctors.
Yes. And sometimes there is some good doctors out there, but there's also a lot of other doctors.
Yeah.
Yes, and obviously, not once did I tell any of my clients cholesterol pills I do, but apart from that, I don't get involved in any pharmaceuticals. It's up to the doctor to give them advice around that, and we can't obviously do that anyways. I do it with cholesterol because I know that the cholesterol pills aren't good, and as a doctor wrote a book about it, Bruce Five, so I say, well, go read the doctor's book. So I've got the proof and everything there for that. But apart from that, we don't. But tell us now. So mental health, you were in the system since the age 12.
Yeah. So, since working with Greg, I am now off all medication and discharged from mental health. And
Beautiful.
yeah, I don't have any drop in my mood of feeling depressed, and I think I'm pretty stable now.
Beautiful. Yes. Stable with an awesome sense of humor.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so you're off the medication and discharged from mental health. So that means you're no longer in their books.
No.
And how does that feel?
Great.
Beautiful. Cool. And then since then, you've also stepped up again with new challenges and choices and got a new desired reality and become flowing. How does that feel now to be flowing compared to being stuck?
Oh, just awesome. Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like a totally different person since I met you and Dina
Yeah.
and
Awesome.
started this course.
Yeah. Amazing. Cool. Excellent. Yay. Awesome.
I've never been this happy.
Yay.
Hmm.
Excellent. And you've then gone on to do our addiction programs and our cleanse program.
Yeah,
So you're
I'm
like,
doing it all.
she's doing it all. So she's now 22 days off the addictions of vaping.
Yeah,
And was it day 5 of cleanse, no food, no sugars, off all the fizzy drinks, off all that sort of stuff?
yeah.
And just tell us, how does that feel?
Oh, it feels awesome. I just thought, oh, I'm never going to be able to give up the vaping because I went from smoking to vaping and I tried to do it on my own and lasted 3 days. And then I'll go out and buy another vape on the fourth day. And then
Yeah,
I, yeah, mentioned to Greg, well, I need help with this.
yeah,
Yeah. And then, yeah, so I can't believe I've come this far.
yeah. Well done. Awesome.
And
22 days, yeah.
yeah,
And as in the program, like all the programs we teach, you take action on something, you're in it for 4 to 6 weeks, creates new habit structure. So she's not far away from her unconscious now feeling safe, being vape free,
yeah,
and the urges will just stop down. Now, a lot of people say you can't just cold turkey and stop, but that's because they don't have this work. Also in the program, we go back and find all the emotions and feelings in here that's creating the urges for the addiction. And we clear them in the first few days, the week, 10 days, whatever, until you're free from them. Because it's a lot easier to give up something when you don't get urges, right?
yeah, definitely.
Yeah, yeah. And that enables you to have higher success rate, which we have actually having 100% success in the addiction program so far.
And then I freaked out the first day of the fasting because I
Yes.
was using food to give up the vaping. So I thought,
Yes.
oh, now I can't go to the shop and buy my bag of lollies and my chocolate. And I was just overloading on sugar, buying
Yeah.
cans of Coke and V, which was all my addictions. So now I'm sorting the two addictions out, the
Yeah.
vaping and the sugar.
Yes, and that was age 12, I think, the other day when we did that was age 12
Yeah,
was an event there. Yep.
yeah.
And how does it feel now around that?
Awesome. Yeah, I feel so much better.
Cool. Yay. Excellent. Awesome. Is there anything you'd
And
like to
I'm
say?
losing weight.
Yes, you will be. Yes. Excellent. Yes, well, we're obviously we're not eating with the cleanse master cleanse program. You do have a liter of salt water and you have lemon juice all day, so you have lots of liquids and salt. And the lemon's there to lift the alkaline really quick. But yes, the body starts on the second day onwards, start eating all the fat as a surplus in the body, because that's where all the stuff's stored and it uses that, the hot carbohydrates, everything in there to give the energy into the body. But the cool thing about masterclass is the whole body heals because it's not creating acids, digesting food, it's not doing any of that anymore. So it can heal, and the salt water assists that, flushes out all the metals, and the alkaline lifts, that lemon lifts the alkalines, that body heals double quickly. So that's the beauty of the master cleanse. And if anybody wants to know more about that, just reach out because it's pretty cool. And it's actually easy to do. I've done it 4 times. And I recommend everyone should do it every day. Just do it for 10 days, 10 to 20 days, but 10 days is the good spot. Awesome. Is there anything else you'd like to add to that, Adrian?
No, just that I'll be feeling great when I go to my daughter's wedding on the 14th.
Yes, you will
Because
be.
I'll be slimmer.
Yeah. You have to get a new dress.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah, so thanks, Greg, for all your help.
Oh, you're very
Yeah, I
welcome.
really appreciate it.
You're very welcome. Thanks for trusting in me.
Yeah, and I couldn't have done it without you, that's for sure.
Yeah. Yes, well, it's the power of the work, right? But you still took the actions, which is the key.
Yeah.
still back yourself. You made the decision and back yourself. And that's the key. Awesome. You're awesome. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Okay. Thanks for sharing. So, a couple of stories there for the coaches on their beautiful journeys. Love them all. They're all such beautiful, heart-centered people, and they're getting amazing results. And anybody can. You just got to step in the desired reality, see what's in the way, and remove it, and have a life that you love. Have that health and vitality. Have your true purpose. Be a great teacher, musician, artist, coach, whatever it may be. You've just got to choose it, take the action to have it, notice what's in the way, unpack it, do the process, the 5 steps. And that's the basic structure of the whole concept of structure, is those 5 steps. So, just before we have a wee break, and everyone can run away and have a toilet break or make a cup of tea or whatever they'd like to do for 10 minutes. In a nutshell, we have our thoughts, which our thoughts create a feeling. Now, depending what the thought is, it could be the feeling or the emotion comes first. But generally, we have a feeling and then we have emotion. If we have a thought of, if you've got children, you think of your children, the love for the children, and straight away you feel love, you're having that emotion really, really quickly. You think that if you think of becoming a coach, you might have thinking about what I need to do, and then you get the emotion around that. So, but generally, you have a thought, you think something, the feeling comes through, then the emotion. Now, that then gives you the actions that you take. The actions that you take create your beliefs. Now, the actions that you take and your beliefs are also based around your values, what's important to you, the honesty, doing the right thing, respecting others, whatever it may be, your values, family, money, health. And the actions and beliefs and values that you take and do give you your reality. Your reality is what you do every day. Now, your reality is based around your thoughts. So we must get our thoughts correctly. We must get into our desired reality and choose our thoughts and think what we want to create, get the feeling and the emotion around it, notice what needs to happen, the actions intuitively, make sure all the beliefs are positive, and then you'll have the reality that you want of, say, in this case, health and vitality. So what we do in this work is we're very good at getting it into the right thought process, thinking of your desired reality. Whatever that is, your desired reality, whatever it is that you want to create. In this work, you can create anything. There's no limitation. Anything you want to create, you can do. And we've seen that success right across the board with myself and the coaches. And it's been so cool to see all of that. So does anyone have any questions around any of that? You can just throw it in the chat then. I'm happy to answer it. Around our belief structures. It's pretty straightforward. It's kind of just makes sense. But certainly we can have some questions. I'm happy to answer them if you want to. When we get our thought patterns right, thinking of our desired reality, it takes us out of the structure of thinking about our current reality. If we're thinking about our current reality, I'm sick, I'm sore, it feels bad, I can't heal myself, I can't be bothered getting out of bed, I can't go to the gym, I can't do the diet, I can't do the exercise, that's not important to me. The reality is going to be of someone who is sick. When we go up to the thought patterns and we think about desire, really, I am healthy, it feels good emotion, what actions I can heal myself, I'm going to do the exercise, cut carbohydrates, or do the diet, whatever it may be, it's important to me, the reality of that. So, very, very important. Got a question here. What is the difference between a feeling and an emotion? Beautiful. The emotions for me is, which we're going to cover more in after the call, is being in the heart chakra and actually feeling it. So, and that feeling of that creates that emotion of that love of that. So if I was to have a feeling, it would be, say, to touch is a feeling. It's more physical. And the emotion is the emotion that's behind all that. So a feeling is that I love my daughter. the emotion is that it's just a beautiful feeling to think about it and hang out with her around that, the feeling of it. So when we break all these down in here, you can see our beliefs, then it creates those emotions and feelings. Now, a feeling is something you feel in the body, and emotion is more of something that's not tangible. Great, another great question. Cool. What if we are not sure what the belief is that is keeping us stuck? Great question. So the first thing we need to do that is to be able to close our eyes and shut the thinking brain down. Because we're not sure what that belief is. There's two things. One, you don't trust yourself or me or the work yet, and you need more education for your unconscious brain to then show it to us. And normally that happens with our clients when they have had a whole lot of trauma from the past. So the trauma's been so much, the unconscious, like, I don't want to go there. It's too painful. And plus, also, when a child or a teenager goes through that pain structure, they make a contract with themselves and they do it automatically. I'm never thinking about that again. I'm never talking about it again. So they make a contract with their spirit to not go there. So to be able to get past that and into that and find that by never talking about the problem, we need to be able to make the child or the adult self feel safe, feel confident, and feel loved, knowing they can have more satisfaction, less pain. And then just go down there and keeping their eyes closed is key as well, because then the thinking brain's not getting in the way. And then just go down to that event. And we just search the timeline. So we go down there and we search the timeline looking for this. And sometimes we just wait, it takes time. We just hold the space for them. If they 100% can't see it, they'll know that it's there. So when they come up here, they just know something's there, and then we just draw a circle before it anyway. Bring them back to now, shift that, and then do the process. When they open their eyes, they go, oh, I feel lighter. I feel better. I don't have that anymore. The unconscious goes, wow, this works. And then it comes on board more. So it's just a matter of doing a few more of the processes. And that's why we have the magical ball as well, for the client to experience something without having to go down the timeline. And the next process we're going to do too after a break is a 3 circle. And that also removes a chunk of emotions and feelings and belief structures. And it's great for workshops, classrooms, teenagers, individually as well. One-on-one works really well, but it's great to do it as a group as well. It's a really cool process. So if the belief is not showing itself, there's just those key elements. It just takes more education, more feeling safe, different process until the unconscious comes around and goes, yeah, you can have it now. There it is. Get rid of it. Get rid of it. And then it frees itself. If a child has grown all out through its life with no love, you'll find that it used to be 2 or 3 out of 10, maybe 2 or 3 out of 20 people clients that I get get stuck in that, and that's just because they had no love as a child, and they don't actually know what love is, which is really unfortunate. We have to recreate that in the heart chakra and their timeline and actually allow themselves to be loved and actually experience love. Like I said earlier on, terrible things happens to beautiful people, but the past is the past, and this work we can free them from that and give them their joy and love back, which is really, really important. Because my passion for all this work and to be able to have time to spend with the family is exactly that. So I can do the things that I love to do. And I love seeing people get out of their stuck structure and into desired reality, like of Gillian Adrian. It's such a beautiful thing to witness. It's powerful, it's rewarding. And I want to see everybody that wants to do this work come on board, shift their stuff, get into their power. And if they want to become a coach, they can do. If they don't, that's fine. They might just want to do a program. If they don't, that's fine. But just get yourself a little bit forward more in the timeline out of being stuck and then helping others, because it's a beautiful thing. And we've, us coaches, actually on that too, Gillian's board of the company last year, and she's now head of our training. So when you get the certifications, you get to work with Gillian for 6 weeks, learning all the processes in the certification, and you get 8 weeks with me one-on-one to remove all this stuff. So between the two of us, we get stuck in there and get you into your desired reality. So awesome. So let's have a little break now for 10 minutes. What was the break? I've put in the chat there a list of the dysfunctional patterns for you. This one here, so you can open it up on your computer or download and print it. I recommend printing it off And if you want to do some more of this work, what I do with my clients is I get them to circle all these. And in the first couple of sessions, we clear them all. In there also is a 3-circle document. Should we just check that's the right one? That's the 3-circle. And that's the process on focusing on circle 1, 2, and 3. So you can go over it yourselves to work on other people. And we'll go through that next. And obviously the 6 sabotaging beliefs form is in there as well. The 6 main sabotaging belief, which is the Russian scientists talk about, are the morphic fields, belief structures. They control you. They control your outcome, or they try to. And if you decide to go against them and go into your desired reality, you'll take all your crap in there with it. And that's when you can have success, but it's a painful success. You're creating a life that you love, and you're doing it by not belonging, and you're having ups and downs, and you can't figure out what's going on. And that is what they call self-sabotage, right? Self-sabotage is because you're self-sabotaging yourself and you have no idea why, because you're stuck in those loops. So that 6 sabotaging form there, you can print that off as well, and that'll give you a good idea about what each one, break it down, what generally creates you in your desired reality. Like for the I don't belong, the anxiety, the judgment, the rejection, not perfect. Everything in your world has to be perfect. You'll find that people with the not perfect, you go to their job, their desk, or their house, and everything's just perfect. It's always perfect. And they're doing that to prove to the world that they are perfect because they believe that they're not. And they're not worthy. There's always giving all your power away to everybody else because you don't believe you're worthy enough to receive, but you give away to everybody else. You do everything for everybody else, hoping one day that you'll get what you want. And it never happens because you're not worthy of it. And nobody notices that. They just believe that you're doing them a favor. They don't see that structure, that you're giving your power away to it all the time. The insignificant, not important. It's very common in lawyers, doctors, and accountants because they believe they have to get this job structure to prove they're important in the world. They do that through lawyers, doctors, accountants, to get the significance, the title, to see my house, see my car, see the world that I live in. Not all of them can work the other way. Some people go and create the job they love just because they love it, and that's beautiful. That's what we want them to do because then we know they're on purpose. Like some doctors generally go into the health system to heal people. They're just being taught the pharmaceutical way, and that's what they have. Some of them alternative, which is great. Some lawyers really love numbers and love figures. I mean, accountants love numbers and figures. Some hate them. I know accountants are and lawyers are very unhappy with what they do, but that makes them feel important. So, and this is, like I said earlier on, this is not against anybody or anything. It's just the structures that people create. Because I was dysfunctional in that don't belong structure. If I didn't remove that, I know I would have had really high anxiety in my life, fear of the future, and I don't know how I would have held a job down even, because that don't belong. I had a 80%, was really stuck in my field and my consciousness because of what happened before I was born as well, but also what happened after, which was a loop that I was stuck in. They're not capable. Not capable is someone who starts something and doesn't finish it. I'll start that and do a little bit. Oh, yeah, no, that's not for me. I'll do this thing. Oh, no, I'll start this. This is the one. This is the one. They go start that and they don't finish it. Now, that could be an online course. It could be a program. You see that in people that have always got something new on the go. Or it could be that they keep moving house or changing job. So they get in that structure of having something new. The unconscious goes, don't continue doing this because what if you get it wrong? It proves you're not capable. It's going to hurt really bad. So go find something else. Then they get stuck in the structure for looking for the next thing. So we have a full superconscious recode in all our programs on not capable because I noticed in other modalities in what I was doing, a lot of people weren't finishing the programs or the courses. And a lot of them just believed they weren't capable. So I made sure we remove that not capable in all our clients and coaches so they can move along and keep taking action. And that's 6th of May, yes. Yeah, cool. And obviously they're not good enough. Not good enough can work either way. In men, it's very common to go out and prove to the world they are good enough, a very masculine structure. And you'll see this in business owners and people that have created a lot of wealth and a lot of working all the hours, have the boat, the car, the batch, the holidays, never at home. When they are at home, they struggle with relationships and communication and being present because that's not proving to the world they're good enough. And they don't want to get that wrong because it proves they're not good enough. And generally what happens, they go through their business career, and I've worked with many in the structure and successfully freed them from it, is they get heavy depression in their 50s because they're doing all this stuff to prove to the world they're good enough or to prove to their father or their mother or whoever, and the parents don't even notice. They don't care. They're doing their own thing with their past, and they're doing it all for nothing. So that the fear kicks in, the depression kicks in because they're not doing it because they love it. So I always tidy up all those not good enough events from the past, get them focusing more on their purpose, or if what they was creating was their purpose, get it and to do it in a manner of love rather than to prove themselves to the world. And that sets them free from the depression. Right. So the next process, as you'll see that list of dysfunctional in the chat there, if you've downloaded that or looking at that, actually I'll open it up, I'll share the screen and open it up so you can see it. The list of dysfunctional emotions, feelings, and beliefs. Now, when I've been working in the trenches with people for the last few years, this was the top stuff that came up, and I'm always adding to it. Of course, it's not all of it, but this is the main stuff that came up for people. So when I'm working with one-on-one with people and they have a lot of this stuff, I'll do a three-circle process. Three-circle process is just a one-up from the magical ball. It takes a little bit longer, removes more stuff, but it also enables the unconscious of the client to be fully more on board. And what I mean by that is to feel safe, belonging, and knowing that it can heal itself. So we have a range of these emotions and feelings, and if you're looking at all of these, you'll probably notice that you've got some of them or a whole lot of them. If you're working with anyone with PTSD, they will probably circle every single one because they are really stuck. And what I do is I just do three circles and I do a whole lot of negative flip beliefs, remove all those belief structures that aren't serving them. Normally takes 2 or 3 sessions, frees them from it, and then they have no more PTSD. And at the same time, they must be taking action to have a life they love or new relationships, etc. without it. For a month, 6 weeks, I work with them and get them into the positive structure. So we can remove a she's load of these by unpacking it with the client. This is fun, easy, and this is also the one I do in classrooms, workshops. I get the teenagers, the kids, generally between the age of 10 and 12 old, normally 12 and older, but you can do with little ones as long as the structure with their mum and dad is safe. Because we don't want to remove a whole lot of stuff in a child, and if they're unhappy at home, they could possibly run away. So we want to make sure the parents are on board with the little ones. And I don't generally work with anyone under the age of 10 unless I really, really need to, like that kid is really stuck and they have a good family situation, just something terrible has happened in the past, and we just need to clear that one thing. Because we need the children to have the experience for them to grow through, not to learn what they know, but to learn what they don't know. So they need to go through that first 10 years of their life to get all the learnings around it so they can grow into their teenage self and grow into their adult. So even if you've got kids and they're a little bit dysfunctional, it's okay. We can do this work and clear it. Like I did with my oldest son, Luke. I had him when I was 21. I was a kid having a kid. So, there's not exactly a book on how to be a dad at age 21 to be a good dad because you just don't know whatever that means. Anyway, so I use this work to clear the stuff with him. And my other kids as well, which has been really, really cool. Made them up meditations with processes recorded in it. So the 3-circle process. This is a process that I made up out of 2 or 3 different modalities that I studied. This sort of came to me and I played around with it. Originally did the 2 circles with it. And then I just realized that there's really more to it. Originally just did these 2 circles here. So the 3 circles works powerful because we're turning on more neurons, events, emotions and feelings on more past events that are stuck. So the more neurons we can turn on in our client's brain, the bigger their shift. And what I mean by that is, as we're unpacking this, was what they don't want, a belief or emotion or feeling they don't want anymore. There'll be an outcome of that, lack of energy, and someone can jump out shortly and do this process. If someone hasn't done this process before and it's new on this call and you'd like to jump out and experience it, I'd love to have you and have a shift and experience the work also. So the outcomes could be like laziness, lack of motivation. Say, for example, I don't want to feel the feeling of rejection. Out of that could be lonely, no friends, unmotivated, no social life. There's all those outcomes. When we're unpacking the outcomes, it turns on all the memories. That video we seen earlier on of all the neurons, that turns them all on, and then they're there to treat. They're there to do the process with. And then we go through this process with basically disconnecting those neurons as they were created on those past events. And then, of course, we have what I love, what you love, everything you love, we pour it into that circle. And as in the pranic healing, it teaches that white energy, that love, is so much a high frequency than the other stuff. That beautiful white love, that energy of white love, and everything we love, family, kids, outdoors, everything we love to do, food, music, have it in there. It's a higher frequency, other stuff, so it disconnects all the neurons at a lower level and frees your client from what they don't want. They no longer have that thinking capacity, and it doesn't have that monkey chatter going on and blocking them and stopping them taking action. Because if they feel they are rejected, it'd be hard to go out and meet new people. It would be hard to create content. It would be hard to apply for a new job and improve yourself and better yourself, because you just always think they're going to reject me. They're going to reject me. Of course, as we know, under that rejection, there could be a don't belong or not good enough or not capable. But this process is all about just removing a whole bunch of stuff, not just the one thing. So like I mentioned, when I do it in the classrooms, I have all the kids draw 3 circles on a big A3 piece of paper like this, or half the size of this, and then write that out. And then we do it as a whole group. We unpack it, and the kids write in there what it is for them. And then I go up on the board and I write out like this, and I go to each table and I get the kids to read out all the stuff. And it's really powerful. So then then I do the process, and all the kids in the classroom have the experience of moving everything that's in the way. It's really powerful because everyone helps, supports everyone else with, if like, say, for example, Paul's there and Sharon's there, and Sharon's got a motion that's she's brought up, but Paul never thought about it. Paul will have that shift because she mentioned it and it's in the field. So yeah, really, really cool. Right, so would anyone like to jump out and come have this process? Anyone who is keen, I'd love to have you. Just raise your hand. It's fun, it's easy, you'll feel more joy and you'll feel lighter afterwards. And I don't bite, as you can tell. Who's keen? Flora? Okay, right, beautiful. Come on out. Hello. How are you?
Hello, Greg. I'm very new to your work. I'm just here to listen and curious, but I just saw you at Body Mind Festival. That's it.
Oh,
And
yes.
I've read I've read your brochure. I watched Gillian video.
Oh, yes.
I'm very, very new.
Oh, lovely. Well, thank you for being here. And whereabouts are you based in the world?
In Sydney.
On Sydney. Oh, awesome. Cool. Yay. Excellent. You enjoyed that festival. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah. Did you enjoy it? Yeah.
Yeah, it was good. Yeah. Yeah, we have, when we go to the festivals, we call it as coaches, because we take other coaches to these festivals for training as well. And we call it like drive-through healing, because everyone gets like 10 minutes with this removing pain points out of the body, or a quick belief. We do the negative flip belief process. So that people on the first day, the word goes out, the second day it gets really busy. And the third day is pretty good too. So it's just people are waiting. So it's just one after the other. So it's a lot of fun. And we experienced that in Sydney. It was very cool.
I didn't experience.
Oh,
But
well, good.
it's like for me, observation, I usually go twice a year.
Okay,
But
yes.
recently it keep repeating, so it's like I'm more just go and see who's new, what's interesting, what's something different,
Yes.
standing out. Yeah.
Oh, beautiful.
Your leaflet just was like, okay, it's interesting.
Yes, it is very different, because it's a lot of bold statements around it too.
Yeah, because I have arthritis in my knee and I'm preparing for operation in May, maybe early, I don't know yet.
Yes.
And that's the arthritis bought me.
Yes. Yeah.
Curious, yeah.
Wow, you're in the right place.
Okay.
Yeah.
I hope.
Yes. I'll just
It's
close
always
this window.
right place, right time. Yeah.
Cars pulled up outside. Yes, well, you're in the right place. We can certainly make you feel lighter. And if you want to work on that hip, we certainly can do at a later stage. Right. So, with the three circle process, when you're reading that emotions and feelings and that belief structure, um, actually, what's coming up for me? How about we do it a little bit differently before we do the three circle? Let's find out what's stuck in the hip and do it
Not
through
hip, the left knee. Yeah,
oh, the left knee. Left knee.
yeah.
Do you want to do it that way in the left knee? See what's stuck in there.
When I was listening your previous session with Julian and Adrian, it was more, yeah, it's also mixed by my genetical. Like my mom always had problems with her feet, with her, no, not feet, knees. Yeah, I think the whole bottom was always like pain.
Yes.
And I think genetics and I guess wrong food.
Yes. Yep.
It's all also had its involvement. So it's
Okay.
mixture, I guess. I guess something early memories from my mom. I was going to hospital, like she was having operations and veins. Thanks God I don't have veins, but I guess somewhere knees stuck, you know.
Yeah. So I mean, the genetics and mum on the timeline, we can tidy up the negative lip belief. The genetics we can as well. The food, and that as we hear you speak, like that, they're all beliefs, right? It's all beliefs.
Yeah, of course.
So those beliefs have got to be true. So it's holding you in that pain structure of the knee. Hmm. So, okay, well, let's do this process then. So, what is it that you don't want?
I don't want knee pain. I don't want cripple. I don't want to like heavy walking, like it's not easy for me, especially stairs.
Okay, so it would be really like you just don't want knee pain?
Yeah, if you
Okay.
generalize, no pain. Yeah, I don't want knee pain.
Don't want knee pain. And this is the only process too that we kind of go into the problem structure a little bit. This is the only really problem that we do that because we're going in there to really find out what the outcomes are. So having knee pain, what is an outcome of that, Flora?
This heavy walking, the whole walking is like dislocated. Pain, unease, like heaviness in body.
Pardon?
Heaviness in body.
Heaviness in the body.
Yeah.
Yes. What else is an outcome? Would you find it like a lack of motivation? Lack of action taking?
Yeah, lack of action taking. Yeah, lack of, what's the name is less moving, less activities. I think lazy, not laziness. Is just like restricting myself.
Yes, okay, thank you. It's just your left knee, is it? Just the one knee?
At this moment, yes. Maybe like 3-5 years ago, I had also like both knees playing around. Like
Okay.
I used to go to yoga and I cannot sit on my, knees, like if I squat. So, and, but I think nowadays, because we did like x-rays and left knee is more like severe.
Yeah.
Right
Okay.
knee is okay, but there is still also arthritis in both knees.
Okay. Um, so having, I guess, that belief too of having arthritis. Now, how does it make you feel having the knee and the pain?
Miserable,
Uncomfortable?
uncomfortable, miserable. Yeah.
Is it like stressful? Is it frustrating? Is it like what emotions and feelings are coming up around it?
More frustrating.
Would frustrating be the main one?
From
The main thing that you experience from having the sore knee is would it be frustration?
the feeling. Um, I guess more like uneasy, unease.
Right.
Yeah,
Cool.
somewhere together with frustration. Unease is more like, because I've always been healthy and active and dancing, I'm doing a lot of activities. And I think, yeah, it's somewhere also frustration because I cannot do all these activities now.
Right. Okay. Cool. Just as you were talking there, you said we used to do dancing, so you must have,
Yes.
I put in here something you would have loved dancing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, is there anything else that you don't want as an outcome?
I think pretty enough.
No?
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. And what is it you love? We've got dancing, being healthy. What else?
I like swimming, but I still swim. Thanks
Right.
God. I like beach and I live near beach and it's like it's my breathing space.
Breathing space.
Yeah. I won't go to back to yoga, which was restricting for me. Pilates was okay, but I think the yoga itself, and I want to do squats. I want lighter body,
Beautiful.
lightness in my body.
And it sounds like you love the outdoors.
Yeah, I love it.
Right. Now we know that's a real true choice because we could see your face light up when you said it.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
loved.
love that. Another
I
things we're
even go
looking.
to gym, but if you look at like gym or outdoors, please, there is no even like second
Yeah.
thought about it.
Family, do you have family?
Yes,
Do you
but
love them?
I live by myself at this moment.
Okay. Yes. Is there some of the family that you love?
Yes, my son, his wife, my husband, we're friends, but we live separately
Okay.
at this moment.
Okay, cool. And what else do you love? Food, obviously love music.
I love to study. I love,
To study.
yeah, just like different courses. Like I love psychology. I love personal development. At this moment, I'm studying AI. I also love it. I love creativity.
Yes.
Um, I love everything. I love like my background marketing. I love to do marketing in terms of for business. And if I ask myself why, it's more like creativity. I love to be putting out my own creativity.
Cool. Awesome. I love that. Beautiful. Okay, is there anything else you'd like to add to what you love?
It's too many things. It's enough.
I'll just open this window again. The car's gone. It's a boy racer parked down on the street, having some fun.
Wow. Yeah, it happens.
Yeah.
Saturday morning, somebody have fun.
Yeah, having a loud car, which is cool. But that's cool. That's their buzz. That's cool.
Yeah.
Um, so would you like to start the process?
Yes.
Excellent. So what we're going to do is I'm going to get you to close your eyes shortly, and I'm going to get you to draw 3 circles. Circle 1, circle 2, and circle 3. 1, 2, 3, these circles. Now you're going to draw them in front of you of a white ring of white energy. Or if another color comes through, that's fine too. It could be a rainbow. But just start off with a white energy so we can make it clear in the field. And then above those 3 circles, you're going to write the words don't want, the outcome of what you don't want, or just outcome and what you love. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to get you to put the sore knee, the knee pain in here. And with that, anything else that you might, when you're putting that in there, something else might get pulled with it. Lack of mobility or whatever that knee pain. Just put that word in there. And then we'll get you to look at circle 2. And then I'll be saying these out loud so you can hear them and put all those words into circle 2. Then I'll get you to look at circle 3 and we'll put everything you love into circle 3. Then once we've done that and it all feels really good, then I'll get you to look back at circle 1. Now, when you do that, it's going to go, that was really nice. This is, Don't worry about that. Then I'll get circle 2 and we're going to put it on top of circle 1. So these two are going to become one. And I'm going to mix the knee pain in with all these things in here. And then we're going to mix it all up. And then once that is all mixed up, that's the only bit of it. Then we're going to get a look at circle 3. Then we're going to bring circle 3 over and put it on top of circle 1. So there's now one circle with everything in it. And we're going to mix them all together. Now the positiveness and the power of this here will delete all this information that's stuck in here. Okay? Now, as far as the knee pain goes, we'll just see what it's like afterwards. See what's going on. Are you ready?
Yes.
Right. Thank you for jumping out and being on this call.
Pleasure.
Beautiful. So just close your eyes and take a breath in, breathe out, and just set the intention to get the most out of the process. Just know that you're safe, you belong in the world, you give and receive love. And I want you to draw 3 circles. Circle 1, 2, and 3. Circle 1 is what you don't want. Circle 2 is the outcome of what you don't want. And circle 3 is what you love. And what I'd like you to do in circle 1 is put in there your knee pain. Anything associated with that knee pain, put it into circle 1. And that's what you don't want. I don't want that anymore. And then on circle 2, I want you to put the outcome of what you don't want, which is dislocated walking, it's sore, it's heaviness in the body, it's a lack of action taking, less activities, it's laziness, having arthritis, it's uncomfortable, it's uneasy and frustration. Put all those words into circle 2 and just mix them all up. And just mix them all up in circle 2. And then now I want you to look at circle 3. In circle 3, I want you to put the love for your son and his wife in there. I want you to put dancing and being healthy and yoga. And just visualize it all in circle 3. Then I want you to put in there swimming, breathing space, being down at the beach. Put that it's light, your body's lighter. You love the outdoors, study, being creative, creativity, and marketing. Put all those things you love into that circle 3 and mix them all up and just notice how powerful circle 3 is. Feel the energy of circle 3 of everything you love. And anything else that we've missed, put it into that circle of what you love. Beautiful. And now what I want you to do is now look back at circle 1, what you don't want. And then look at circle 2 and then slide circle 2 over and put it on top of 1 so it becomes one circle. And now in that circle, you've got the don't wants and the outcomes all together. So mix up that pain in the knee, the dislocated walking, the sore, the heaviness in the body, the lack of action taking, less activities, laziness, arthritis, being uncomfortable, uneasy and frustration. Just mix it all up with that sore knee. It's uneasy and frustration, pain in the knee, all that other stuff. Just mix them all up. And now I want you to look at circle 3. And then slide circle 3 over and put it on top of circle 1. And then on circle 1, just mix it all up with the don't wants, the outcomes, and what you love. Pour into that circle what you love. The son, his wife, dancing, healthy, yoga, swimming, breathing down at the beach, being at the beach. The lighter body space, the outdoors, study, certification, and marketing. and just notice it all. Pouring it into that circle, and then you'll just notice the don't want the outcomes just disappear. And just fill everything up you love in that circle. The sun, the wife, the dancing, the healthy, the yoga, the swimming, being at the beach and breathing space, having a lighter body, the outdoors, study, creativity and marketing. Put all of it in that circle and just notice that it all becomes what you love. Even have some fun if you want to and turn that circle into a love heart. Make it powerful. And you'll just notice all the outcomes that don't want, so they're all just fading away. And when you look at that circle, how does it feel?
Empower.
Beautiful. And then take a big breath. Blow out all that stuff from the past. Great. And then open your eyes. Cool. We don't normally put a body part in here, but today it's just the way it flowed. But it's normally we normally more to put frustration in here than unpacked it. But the sore knee felt really dominant with you at the moment, so that's why I just went with it. So how does it feel?
It feels good. And it's interesting, it was some sensations through my knee.
Yes.
I need to walk and see.
Yeah. And when you think about frustration now, what comes up?
And then
Uneasy, what comes up?
nothing.
If I say the word knee pain, what comes up?
It's a bit some there. It's more like nagging doubt, Oh, no, Oh, it cannot be so easy.
Yeah. And heaviness in the body? Beautiful. Do you feel lazy? Great. What about, do you believe you have arthritis?
Maybe yes, maybe not.
Yeah, that one we definitely need to shift because you would have seen lots of doctor reports and stuff and felt the pain and all
Yeah,
that.
of course,
Yeah.
yeah.
So we need the
I
negative
can
flip belief
I
and
can
shift that.
see how we keep reinforcing.
Yeah. And what this process does in this case, it frees you from the old structure, so it gives you more confidence that you can create health. Do you want to stand up and test it?
Yeah, I just walk and see. It's lighter, but yeah, it's lighter, but still pain there.
Yep. Do you believe you can heal it? So the belief of you not being able to heal it, and there's arthritis in there, there's still the
Frozen,
stuff.
yes.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah,
stillness.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's interesting because I used to believe in natural healing,
Yes.
but I guess this year happened a lot of things for me in terms of health. I always was healthy, but this year it was a bit down, and I guess it put more doubt in natural healing because I went through doctors, hospital, and just like, it's okay. Yeah, I believe like when it's urgent or whatever, yes, doctors, good. I need doctors. I can save my life. But I guess it was doubt in natural healing.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Okay. So you have that more feel that I can't heal, but more
Naturally,
feel that you're someone
yeah.
with arthritis,
Yeah.
and then it had doubt and natural healing.
Yeah.
So for you to prove these to be true, it has to keep the knee in the sore structure.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So while you're here, would you like to do a negative flip belief and shift that belief that you can't heal? Because that's really important. We shift that.
Yes, please. Yes.
Yeah. Cool. Okay. Right. So close your eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Go into that beautiful structure that you can heal yourself and just
Mm-hmm.
choose it. And in that, choose a perfectly healthy knee. It's done. It is healed. Surrender to the old self. Perfectly healthy knee that you can heal yourself. Now, when you cut your skin, Flora, does it heal?
Yes, my body is very strong. I know it heals very quickly, like this. And it's exactly healing very quickly.
Beautiful. Excellent. So now I want you to go up out of your body, down your timeline, and find that very first event where you created a belief structure that you can't heal yourself. Find that event. Don't go into it, just be above it. Beautiful. You got it?
Yes.
Great. Now draw a circle just before it in your timeline. And then be above the circle looking down at the circle. And inside that circle, I want you to put that you can heal yourself and that you're powerful and that you fully belong in the world, you've given, received love, and you're fully safe believing in yourself with a healthy knee. Healthy, strong, flexible knee. And then being above that ball, how does it feel? That circle?
Yeah, it's a powerful circle, yeah.
Beautiful. Then turn around and fly all the way back to now. And just notice all those events shift and change because that new one you created. Just fly above your timeline all the way back to now. Don't go into any events, just stay above them all. We don't do therapy or counseling. We don't need to. We just want to do a full upgrade of the timeline, flying all the way back to now. And you keep your eyes closed when you get here, but just let me know once you're back in the room. Beautiful. Come back down into your body and just breathe in and blow out all that stuff to the past. Great. Now look to, just keep your eyes closed. Now look to the past. Notice how your timeline's different. And then go back into that choice that you can heal yourself. Go back into your power. Now, can you heal yourself?
I can.
Now, there's a little bit of a pause there. Notice a little bit of a pause. So there's some other
Yes.
smaller event going on. So just pop up out of your body down your timeline and find that other event that might have a question mark or a possibility that you can't. There's some doubt, something. Find that event for me. You got it?
Can it be like mix of different?
Okay, beautiful. Find the very first one. Stay up, don't go into them, be above them, but find the very first one of that mixed one, the very first one. The first one that created the loop, which keeps you stuck in all the others.
Okay.
Beautiful. Draw a circle before it.
Mhm.
And then be above that circle. And that circle, put that you can heal yourself. You're strong and healthy, flexible knee, that you belong, you're safe, you've given love. And you fully can heal yourself because it's true. The human body is designed to heal itself every 11 months. It only doesn't heal when we got stuff stuck in there. Emotions, feelings, or beliefs stuck in the body. It's causing dysfunction at the atom level. And then being above that circle, how does it feel?
Interesting. It's that like I can.
Beautiful. Awesome. Right. Turn around and fly back to now. And as you do, just drop bombs all the way along the timeline. You can heal yourself. Just fly from all the way, fly over those events, over all those memories, all the way back to now. And just let me know when you're back in the room and just keep your eyes closed when you're here.
Yes.
Beautiful. Then look to the past. Does the past now feel different?
Yes.
Beautiful. Go back into that choice, that desired reality, and just choose that you can heal yourself. How does it feel when you choose that? There's your power. It's back in
Yes.
your power. How does that feel?
It's much better, believe.
Beautiful. Now I want you to go back up out of your body, down your timeline. Find that event where you create a belief on that you have arthritis. Seen some X-ray or something happened.
Mm-hmm.
Great. And draw a circle before that and make that circle the opposite, that you never seen that information and you don't have arthritis. Because it's true. Arthritis is a Latin word for inflammation. Inflammation is caused by something not being right at the atom level. The atoms are vibrating at the wrong frequency, from an accident or emotions or not being supported in your life. Not supported by others normally represents the knees. So in that circle, put that you are fully supported and you have a healthy knee, and free yourself from the other and that you can heal it. Great. And then turn around and fly all the way back to now. And just notice all those events shift and change because that new one we created. Freeing yourself from it all. And just let me know once you're back in the room.
Yes.
Beautiful. Just breathe in again. Blow out all that stuff from the past. And then look to the past, have that experience, notice how it's different now. Free from those old beliefs and structures. Go back into that choice of having a healthy, strong, flexible knee. Now, when you choose that healthy, strong, flexible knee, what is your unconscious saying?
Yes, it's possible.
Yay, awesome. Beautiful. And I just asked that question on behalf of everybody, ask that question because we want to make sure the unconscious is on board. If it goes, oh, no, 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 then we know we've got to go back and shift more stuff. Because we need to get our clients into their power of knowing they can do it, they can create it. Because that's when it activates the torsion fields, which is the thing we did before, torsion fields to heal the information. Now we'll get Flora to step into her power of intuition. I want you to activate your intuition. Just go down to your heart chakra, sacral chakras, expand it out into the field, and visualize having that powerful, strong, healthy knee. And then ask yourself, what are my next steps to having more of that choice? And tell me what it says. What are your next steps to having more of
Saying
that choice?
just, it's saying move.
Just walk,
Um,
move.
yeah, it's
Cool.
somewhere inside, I know it becomes like excuse, not to move forward in life.
Yes, correct. Yeah, good spotting.
So it's more like doesn't matter like what you have, like move. When you move, it will come all together.
Beautiful. Okay. So what I'd like you to do is to go back up out of your body, down your timeline, and find that very first event where you moved forward. It was painful. Something happened in your life and it affected you, feeling not supported, or it was a troublesome time. It was negative. Moving forward into it was a bad thing. Draw a circle before it. Be above that circle. And inside that circle, put moving forward is fun and loving. and that you're safe to move forward. You're powerful. You are supported. And have you given and received love from others? Beautiful. Put that in that circle. Give it power. Strong, healthy, flexible left knee. And that you fully belong in the world. Beautiful. And how does that circle feel?
Fabulous, yeah.
Beautiful. Turn around and fly all the way back to now. Drop bombs on your timeline on any event that seems stuck. Heading all the way back to now. And just let me know once you're back in the room. Beautiful. Come back down your body and breathe in. Blow out all that stuff from the past. Great. Go back down your timeline and find that event where you created a belief that it's genetically from your mother. Find that belief. Now, if you were to know that very first event, is it before or after you were born?
After.
And how old were you?
Around 20.
Great. So draw a circle before it. In that circle, make it the opposite, that it's not. Free yourself from that belief. And that you're powerful, strong, healthy knee. And then turn around and fly all the way back to now. And drop bombs all the way along your timeline and let me know once you're back in the room. Being fully loved and supported, and you're powerful and you're safe. Great. And then pop back up out of your body, down your timeline, find that event of it believing that it was the foods. Foods have created it. That'll probably seem quite different now. And then find that event. You there, you got it. Draw a circle before it. Turn around, fly back to now. And just notice all those events shift and change because that new one you created. That you're strong, powerful, healthy knee, and that you're safe, and it just is. And then when you're ready, you can come back down into your body. Breathe in and blow out all that stuff from the past. Look to the past, notice how it's different.
Yeah, it's different. It's more bright.
Beautiful. Going to that choice of a strong, healthy left knee. How does it feel now?
It's empowered and more more belief. I can feel it.
Beautiful.
And it's like, oh, like, come on, it's like illusions, bullshit. What I created is like
Yeah.
from nothing. And
Awesome.
believed in all that. Yeah.
So you can see how you were stuck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's like illusions, which is not truth even.
Yes, yeah, no, 100%. They're not true. They're just attached to memories.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it should feel like wisdom.
Because it's interesting. Straight away opposite coming, but you've seen it like your father. Maybe you're on your father's side. You know what I mean? Like it's not even father's side. I'm saying like you have both examples of it's my genetics, and it's also my genetics. So who is right, who is wrong? Like, it doesn't make sense, you know. My mind
Yeah.
is trying to figure it out, but it's more like stuck. Not stuck. It's just like, does make sense?
Yeah. Great, because that's true.
Yeah.
There is no sense to it. It can be passed down family history like looks and everything, but any form of the body of arthritis or inflammation has information, emotions, feelings, and beliefs stuck in it. That's why it's there. So it depends on the person's journey, the environment, any traumas they have, the foods they eat. Sure, if we eat crap food, we're going to get dis-ease in the body somewhere because the body's not getting nutrition. But the most important thing is our desired route is you create a healthy knee.
Yeah.
That's when you're in your power.
Yeah.
And there's so much stuff out there that gets us to focus on trying to fix yourself, fix the problem, change the foods, work on family genetics, try and fix everything. And it just gives you more of what you don't want because you're focusing on that. So now what I'd like you to do is we'll do some two-pointing. So what I'll get you to do is whereabouts in the pain was the knee? Whereabouts in the pain in the knee is the pain? On the side or at the top? Whereabouts was it?
Um, it's a whole knee. It's like side and yeah, I think more sides.
Okay. Put your left palm onto the left knee on the side.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful. Now, when you visualize your CR current reality, desired reality, I can find those points in the field. This is how I work with Gillian. So what I want you to do is to visualize, and Adrian, everybody, and I'm working online because obviously we can't see each other, so it has to be done online. So what I want you to do is visualize the current reality of where your hand is on that knee. Just visualize that for me. And now I want you to go up to your desired reality and choose a healthy knee and just walking freely. Swimming, yoga, all those things you love to do, dancing, just visualize that for me. Strong, healthy, flexible knee. And just choose it. See yourself dancing and the feeling of dancing again, being in your power. Great. Now, when you choose that, what is your unconscious saying about it?
You can do it.
Great. Awesome. Now take your hand off and open your eyes. And now go for a little walk.
It's lighter. I don't know what criteria to choose how to measure. Maybe walking, it's one, but like if I touch my left side, like on my, no, my left knee, right side, it was a lot of pain here.
Okay. Okay, so just put your finger on that little bit of pain. Put it on that pain point.
Yeah, I'm just touching and trying.
Cool. And if any other coaches are on the call that want to jump in and find the points as well and support the healing that we can do, you can do, just go for it. So you put the finger on that pain point and then just once you've got it, just hold your finger on there
Mhm.
and then close your eyes and visualize that finger on that point. Everything with you is like on the right side of the field. So I guess is your left. And then just visualize that finger on that point. And then go up to your desired reality and now choose that point to be healthy and clear and flexible. And then you'll notice the pain just fade away. Visualize dancing, Healthy, strong, flexible left knee on the inside, the side. Healthy, strong, flexible knee. Cool. And visualize dancing. Great. And then take your finger off and open your eyes. And when you touch that part of your knee, does it feel different?
Yeah, it feels different. Interesting.
Yeah, cool. So what's happening there?
Wow.
So I'll come back there. I'll just finish this up what you before when you talked about doing lots of modalities and personal development because we're into it. We used to have an online personal development business, and we had that for 3 or 4 years. We had our business was all around the world. We had lots of people in our business. It was really cool, and we were selling these online products. It was really good. And then I've did this work and realized that I was actually, in some ways, although they're getting some wins and information out of it, because we certainly got that, it wasn't getting us out of the current structure. We just felt better in here. Because what the personal development industry believes, if you've got to do more, do more, do more, do more, do more, because they believe if you go around here enough, somehow you're going to pop out and have what you want.
Yeah.
And it's impossible because you're not even focusing on it.
Yeah.
So that's why we stopped doing personal development and got into this work because
Yeah.
we don't want to just feel good in here. We want to be creating health and
Yeah.
vitality, creating a
Yeah.
life we love, being a coach, being a healer, being a
Yeah.
great parent. So that's what's wrong with the health system, personal development, therapy, counseling. They think if you talk about this enough, it'll go away. It doesn't. You need to do processes that takes the pain and emotion off the memory, turns it into wisdom. Right, so with the 2 point.
Have no idea.
Hey?
Have no idea.
No, so with the 2 point and what we're doing,
Uh-huh.
what's the cool thing about it, is we are, and I'll get everybody to do this, we are finding points in the field of memory. That's all it is. So I want everybody to close their eyes, put their finger up in the field, and visualize brushing your teeth this morning. If you didn't do that and you got dirty teeth, visualize brushing your teeth last night. Just move your finger around and visualize brushing your teeth, the toothpaste, the brush, the mirror, the bathroom, visualize that. And you'll move that finger around intuitively and you'll find the memory in the field where that point is. Your finger will be guided to it. And you'll notice how your finger wants to move to a point in the field that has that memory of brushing your teeth the last time you did it. And then we can see, okay, so now I want you to visualize now what the last meal that you had in the kitchen or wherever you had it, visualize having that meal, and you'll see your finger wants to change to where that memory is in the field. Visualize the last feed. So that is different points in the field of memories. And then everyone can open their eyes. So if we know the field holds all the events and the memories of what we're doing in the past, then we know it creates an event as soon as we think of something, right? So when you're visualizing on your finger being on the sore point, I'm in my heart chakra, I connect to the field. And then I can use my intuition to find that point, and I put that point in my palm. And it just feels like it's in there. And then I get you to focus on your desired reality of having that healthy knee and dancing, and then you're making a memory of that, and I can find that, put that point, and then I'm guided and I bring them together. When I bring them together, it upgrades your knee in your field and releases the energy that's stuck. Cool, eh? So that's why when you feel it, there's no more pain there. Because all I'm doing is find the memories in the field of it you're creating at the time, bringing them together, which removes the resistance. It brings the current reality, the desire together, which removes the resistance of whatever's in the way in the field of information and superconscious. Which is in actual fact working in all the torsion fields, which is upgrading you at the atom level, which is creating new cells and particles. So in this work in the 2 point, we're actually working at the atom level of information, which is which is where it all starts, which grew you in the womb. So that's what's so powerful about these healings, why they work so well, and it creates so-called looking miracles, is because we're upgrading the correct information, which creates the new particle, which frees the energy of being stuck, which is causing the inflammation, and frees you from the pain. And how it does the heal so quickly is the blood and the oxygen flow straight through, and it's back to normal. So we have here the human body with all the torsion fields around it. We have the morphic fields running around here. If we were to put a part of our body here and we have all these atoms going around, these atoms, if you know about physics, I only learned about this stuff doing this work, reading all Melissa's and Richard's books and studying, going online, doing programs, but I didn't really know much about this 2 years ago. It was all new. But the electrons sit on the points as they're spinning around, as they spin around the atom. Now they're feeding information to the atom, so the atom gets the light and sound, the frequency, so when the pain's there, atoms are vibrating like this. But when they get the upgrade, they vibrate and they calm. Still vibrating, but creating different cells and particles. So the electron receives information from the torsion fields by photons. Photons are the speed of light. They are like that. From here to the sun, split second. So they send the information into the electron vibrates the atom, which creates the cell and particle, which removes the stuck energy in the body. And that's how you're created. The human journey will come to next, but when you're first created in that dot, the sperm and the egg come together in the womb, you're just a dot. You're so small that you need a microscope to see it. But yet in 4 weeks, it can go from a dot into a fetus into a little baby. Where does all that information come from? The torsion superconscious is creating the torsion fields around that dot. The magics happen, and it creates the body ready for the spirit to come in at 4 weeks. That spirit comes in, that's the heart starts beating. Then we've got the unconscious on board. Then we have the superconscious and the unconscious. So what we're basically doing in the 2 point is we bring the 2 points together, which heals the body, upgrades it. Well, you're actually doing it. I'm just playing with points. Now, how we find the points of going to heart chakra, we connect to the field, we think nothing, and as soon as you think it won't work, you just play. So you find the points, and I just look to the past. Look what I was doing last weekend, was at primary school, what I did last month. And that takes me out of the thinking brain, allows the field to unconsciously do its job. As soon as we think, it doesn't work. That's probably the hardest thing about probably the most difficult thing to learn about this modality is we must not think. We must not do anything apart from play. And once we click with that, it's fun. It becomes just fun. Because not in any of our processes, in both certifications and any of this work, am I ever fixing anybody. As soon as I get into the fixing structure, I'm activating the information for the current reality. I'm broken. I have to fix myself, do more, try another modality, try this, I'm broken. We're feeding the information from the field into the body that I'm broken. Then we take up a morphic field belief that I can't heal myself. And until you shift that, you're stuffed for a start. And that's why now you feel free from it. You'll feel more confident. And when we do the 2 point, and we have to do the shift of the beliefs, not all the time, but generally, before we do the 2 point to get the best result. Otherwise, we're going against the morphic field. The morphic field's going, oh, but you don't believe you can do it. How are you? You're doing it, but you don't believe. Oh, you're doing it, you don't believe. And that's when the unconscious gets stuck. And it's not flowing. Anybody's got any questions around that, just feel free to throw it in the chat because it is a bit to take on out the gate. And we'll be covering a lot more of that tomorrow in day 2.
I have a question.
Yeah.
You're talking about from field. What do you mean exactly?
The what? Sorry,
You're saying from field. We're taking from field.
Yeah,
what is it?
the field of
here?
information, which is this here, the field of information. See, now every single one of us has a field of information, right?
Is it like your own or like it's also collective consciousness?
Yes, it's the aura around you. Some people call it chi. It's the aura around you. So they've finally got Russians have finally got cameras that they can actually film when someone thinks a pattern that they see the shift in the aura. That's how they've been able to work it all out. But we have, say for example, we have a whole lot of us here. Always like to give people happy faces. We have all our auras around us. In a nutshell, we are all the ocean, us human beings, but we're also all individual dots of water.
Yeah.
So that's how I can connect to a field, and that's the superconscious recode program. It's another separate program from this that we do. And that we can give instructions when we connect to the field to go into the unconscious and take the pain out. Very cool process. So this field of information, we are all connected in some way. So when I'm using my intuition, I'm down my heart chakra, and I'm being guided as to what to do to work with you on. Listening to your unconscious wording, taking down some notes, just listening to your patterns, and then just flowing with what it's guiding me to do.
So how's this field formed? We're born with it, or it's structured, or
It happens
pushed by
as soon as
society?
it's created, as soon as the sperm and the egg come together. It's there.
Okay.
It's small, but it starts there. Before that, your mother has a superconscious, a field, and your dad has a field superconscious. When they come together and make that egg, you've got your individual one. And that's the very first point of creation as a human. Is that very point.
Superconsciously creating.
Yes, yeah.
And it's mostly empowering or straight away disempowering?
It's empowering because it wants you to have the best life. So it wants to
Yes.
get everything right. It wants to get everything right so you have the best life. And it can pass down, family history, staff pain, suffering of the survival patterns. It also passes down how you look.
You call it the super consciousness.
Yeah.
That wants for us best. It's like a higher self, whatever the name's in it.
Yes, you could call it a higher self, but a higher self in my work is more of a connection between the crown chakra going up to your higher self, looking down at everything. And that higher self can have parallel lives, it can have past lives, it can have everything in the field of your
It's
whole
like a
journey.
soul, also soul, your soul.
Well, your soul comes
consciousness
in when
soul.
the heart starts beating.
Yeah.
But I'll do that soon. I'll do a drawing soon and draw all that.
Okay.
Okay. How's that knee feeling?
Yeah, it's interesting. When I touch, even where was the pain, no pain. I
Beautiful.
couldn't believe
Yay.
I can walk and try. And you can continue explaining. You know what also you talk about. So when we were born, we are wholesome, correct?
Yes.
Like
Well, apart from we don't have our consciousness, we don't have a thinking brain yet. But I'll cover that after we get this done.
because
Yep.
it's more like for me, like personal development, you're right. And I agree 100%, something to fix. But I used to believe, and like one of my beliefs, like we come here perfect wholesomeness,
Yes.
but chipped away, like all the whatever, like this happened, we start believing this, like it's lost hours, losing. And in some whatever beliefs, they say like, you've been this wholeness and now you chipped away and you become this like, oh, I'm like, but inside you are this wholeness, but you lost yourself in this whatever beliefs. Is it correct?
Yes. Yep. So that stuff, you're always whole, but you're carrying around the weight of emotions, feelings, and beliefs that don't serve you. And in this work, we free ourselves from those, so we stay back into the power of being whole and being able to take action to have what we want. We're not taking action to have what we want and creating it, then we're focusing on trying to fix the current reality, or we're sitting there okay, but we're not creating anything. So you're still theoretically whole there, but you're not having the higher energy of the love of creation, because we are born as entrepreneurs, born as superconscious creators. We are born to create.
So along the journey, we lost this power, belief that we're powerful, correct? Because of things happen and we created beliefs like thoughts, emotions, feelings because of that, let's say, event.
Yes, plus the schooling system doesn't teach intuition, doesn't teach true purpose.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. And then we go work at a factory, we get a job on a picket fence, and we work for 40 years, and then you retire, and then you've got a sore body and things just suck. So we gave all our power to a job for 40 years that we didn't even love. So we're giving our power away all the time. And we need to just stop that. You want to work at the factory, go work at a factory that you love. If you love
Yes,
fish, go work at a fish factory.
yes.
You love fish, don't go work at a furniture factory.
And when you do healing, like, yes, I understand you go deeper, like how long usually it takes? It depends on how deep the belief, or it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Once you shift the belief, it's done.
Wow. So it can be done like in one session?
Yes. Yep.
Like when you think I'm working with you for 8 weeks, what does it mean? We're working on different beliefs, or it's like on
Yes.
the same thing?
Yes, because yes, so great question. So we have our CR and our DR. We look at this separately. So I want to be a great mum. Could be a choice that you want to choose. And you want to be a great mum, oh, but I've got some stuff in the way. So we clear that. And I am a good mum. Yeah, this is cool. Oh, now I want to be a great coach healer.
Okay.
And you go, yeah, I can do that. And then you get in the program, you start doing it. And then I say, right, I want you to go practice, find something to practice on. You go, oh, now I've got something. And we clear
Makes
that. You
sense.
start practicing on people.
It's more like on level of identity.
Yes, depending on the choice you choose. So here, in that 8 weeks, we clear up all resistance to those four, for example.
Okay.
Choosing a life for love, health and vitality, your true nature and purpose, and your predominant creative force. We remove all resistance to that. And your true choice also of being, I'll put the PDF of that in the chat later.
Mhm.
And here we might create being a great coach and healer, and then you being your marketing stuff is fine. You'll be pretty good with that. But you might say, I want to do a video of myself. Oh, I've got rejection and judgment don't belong. You might be creating to be maybe one day you might want to find a new partner or something like that. So you might want to find a spiritual partner, and you might have, oh no, I can't be bothered. They've got resistance around that. So we clear that. So we're clearing all this resistance to all your choices. You might be like, oh, I want to learn the guitar. I want to go dancing again. We remove what's in the way. I want to go to yoga again. We remove what's in the way. So we're creating all these desired realities for you and dropping all this stuff, clearing all this here to all those choices. Because I might feel good enough as a father, but not good enough as a husband.
So the resistance come in the form of beliefs,
Yes,
mostly.
yes, mostly, yep. Something's happened in the past or before we're born that's created that belief.
Yes, perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much for explaining.
You're welcome. No problem at all. So it takes 8 weeks. The reason why we do 8 weeks is because you start off an identity here. I want to be a coach. I want to be that. And then the first 4 weeks, we have to remove all this stuff. And after 4 weeks, we generally, most of us go through it. We have the process called let the baby cry. And that's when the 4 weeks, everything turns to shit because the unconscious is having one last go to pull you back. And you jump on the phone, we do another process, clear that stuff, and then you become this. And then you have to be here for 4 weeks to create the new survival patterns of I am a coach and healer. Once you've done that, you just are it. You just become it. So that's why most of our programs, when we really need to work on stuff, all the coaching certifications are 4 to 12 weeks. Because I need to see these 4 week habit loops implemented and you taking action to create that.
4 to 12 weeks.
12 weeks is if someone's suicidal and they've got PTSD and they're really bad and need 12 weeks. Yeah. Alcoholism, all that sort of stuff.
It depends on how severe your
Yeah.
condition.
Yeah. Because some people have 50 negative beliefs, some people have 4. Shift those 4 in one session, you set them free. In this work, we don't want people coming back to us month and month and month to fix themselves because they'll put up a pattern that they need me to heal them unconsciously. The certification is different because they're learning. In the certification, you come back as much as what you want because you're learning and improving, and we're just removing in the way to you being that coach healer. Right? That's different. But when you're trying to create health and vitality, that's why I don't work with anybody longer than 12 weeks unless we're creating bigger things. That's different because I don't want them to put up a habit. They need me. I'm with Greg next week,
Okay.
he'll clear. I'll Greg next week, he'll clear. I'll Greg next week, he'll clear. They get that stuck in that structure. So like these like chiropractors here, come back next week, come back next week. They'd have you come back
And
for
it's
years.
also like they believe like you can heal them, but they cannot.
Yeah, they'll put up a belief that I heal them, and it's not true.
Yeah.
Yeah, so us as coaches, we need to get our clients into their power. Our kids, our teenagers, our adults into their power, remove what's in the way so they set them free. And if they fall out of a tree or get hit by a car or have a bad relation, oh, Greg, I've just had this, blah, blah, come on in, we clear it all, and then you set them free again.
But they can do themselves on themselves.
In the coaching, you learn how to do it yourself, yes. You heal yourself. So before I got on the call this morning, I went, sat, closed my eyes, and did like 3 minutes, went down my timeline and moved any resistance to doing this online program.
Of course, it's still coming up. Yes, some resistance.
Yes, because this is the
In
first
any
time
using.
ever
Yeah.
I've done this program online.
Yeah. Wow.
So it's like I'm playing with a
Interesting.
computer and stuff rather than standing in front of a workshop. I'm fine. Because I've
Yeah.
created that and been safe
Yeah.
doing that.
Makes
Every time
sense. Yeah.
something's new.
Yes. Something not safe coming up. This like three
Yeah.
main you told: belonging, safe, and love. And something from that is coming mostly.
Yeah, well, for me, it's because I had that don't belong, and there's hay fever and whatnot here in the summer, and I went for a bike ride this morning and went around the estuary, and there's all these flowers out and flies in my face and stuff. I started sneezing, came back, and I was sneezing like continuously. It was like, oh my goodness, it's 15 minutes to go, and I'm sneezing, and my eyes are watery. I'm like, I'm gonna get on a call, and I'm gonna be sneezing, and I thought, how ridiculous. So I went and did negative flip beliefs and went up. I found something 8 generations of my dad, 7 of my mum, three things that happened when I was at primary school of this hay fever stuff, cleared them all. And I haven't sneezed once since. I've had a little bit of a itchy nose,
Oh.
but I haven't sneezed. Because I don't want to be on here sneezing every 5 minutes. It was terrible.
No, the
So
result is amazing. Yeah.
it is, yeah, the unconscious runs the show and we must make it feel safe, belonging, and loved. And then it drops its crap.
One of my questions also was, in your childhood, you create a lot of beliefs as with your child mind.
Yes.
When you grown up, like I start working, I cleaned out a lot of things. But when I start talking about to my subconscious and a lot of coming up that this was not true, but at that time it was true for my like whatever 7-year-old mind. It was so true.
Yes.
And when I go back and it like you still need to go back to clear up, correct? Because even like in my adulthood, I say, it was not true. You know it. Like, how do you know they like whatever? My dad didn't love me. How do you know? What do you know in his mind? But in my childhood, it felt like he hated me,
Yes.
So
Yeah.
we go to that. That is what real for still in your subconscious, correct?
Yes, we have to go back and do that, draw that circle, clear all that timeline. So you're not holding on to that pain that he didn't love you in your body somewhere. And then when we get to the 7-year cycles, 49, 56 and older, then we start getting sore points in our body because the spirit's going, hey, I want to get rid of that daddy didn't love me thing. I don't want that. If I transition and go back wherever, depending what your beliefs are, in heaven or the world, the universe, or source, whatever it is, the spirit doesn't want to go back up there and take that stuff up because it's got to come back down and clear it all again. So it actually wants to free itself, and as the shamans teach, evolve into a higher self before transition. And the shamans teach, and I 100% agree with it. I love the whole concept around it because shamans was the oldest so-called religion in the world. Is that when you come down, before you come down as that spirit into that womb to have that journey and then transition and come back, that you're not coming here to learn what you know. You're coming here to learn what you don't know. And you're coming down here to take on all this crap and then clear it all so you can have that experience of as a human being, because up there you're just a spirit. There is no 3D. There is no human body. It's only on the world. And you're also down here to live a life from the heart chakra of love and connecting to the heart chakra and get out of your thinking brain. Now, I certainly believe in the creator and there's something powerful that created everything because we all had to come from somewhere. Someone had to create this powerfulness, this point of powerful energy, all the
Yes.
electrons and the physics. The evidence is all there. Someone had to create it. It had to be come from somewhere. So I believe that we're here to have the experience on the planet, to feel emotions and feelings and beliefs, to see how we deal with it as a spirit, and then to remove it all before we go back home. And now, when you remove it in this work through the 8 weeks, you evolve into a higher self, and there's no more triggers. You see the same person doing the same stupid shit, and you go, "Oh, whatever, their life doesn't. I'm not getting grumpy anymore."
Yeah. Yeah.
Because you don't have all this. You're not carrying all this stuff around, which causes the pain points.
Yeah.
Upside down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So in terms of like you becoming whole again,
Yeah,
like
whole again.
wholeness,
Yeah.
like almost like a higher self, like the highest desire of a soul.
Yes,
Like
100%. And
to
you're actually
remember
going.
yourself. Yeah.
Yes, you're actually more holy than when you arrived because in this work we also clean up the family history, set your generations free from past trauma, tidy up your past lives. Yeah. And that's why I've been guided to do this work. This is my journey and this is my purpose. And I've been guided to do this as of 5 years ago when I quit my job and went on all this journey, found all this amazing stuff around the world. And every modality had like good bits in it, but bad bits. Some modalities I took one thing.
Yeah.
Spend 5 grand, took one thing. Someone spend 10 grand, take two things. Sometimes it's just, I just pulled, I was guided to anything that was very focused on creating a life you love, getting any desired reality that's fun, that's easy, that the client feels lighter and has a shift afterwards by never going there. And then I'd bring it in, roll it out, change it, like the first certification, the advanced we did, which is the big certification, it's got everything in it. That we've done that. I've re-recorded most of that 3 times because I've been in the trenches working with people going, no, we can do this better. This is too long or too difficult. We can do it this way. And some of the coaches have put input as well. I've gone, no, that's a great idea. So we bring that in.
And you're mostly channeling from your higher self or like from your
Intuition, yeah.
intuition? Yeah.
Intuition, yeah. So I sit here and I go, okay, what do I do next? And straight away it says finish the program that you and Jilly are doing at the moment. Okay, sweet. So I'll have that in what we call lenses, which is a document where we write down all our stuff. Copy here. These are our lenses. These are the backbone of the work. And we write in here everything we're going to do every day. So we have the top 3 things we're going to do. I'm going to make that PDF for the next call with Gillian. I'm going to spend time with the family. I'm going to go for a bike ride. I've already done that, obviously. The to-do list is all the things you're going to do for the day. We just write down generally there. Once you've done it for a month, you don't write all the small stuff. You don't need to because you're in the habit of doing it, like making the bed, doing the dishes, the vacuuming. Anything in here, if you do that automatically, it's easy. That's fine. But we just write the stuff that we don't do. What you're grateful for, and when you're taking actions on all of this, you see this one here. It says, where was I uncomfortable? You go, oh, I felt rejected. Oh, I'm not good enough. So you write it in here. And every week you bring this to your calls with me and I clear all the uncomfortable.
Wow.
So 8 weeks down, boom, nothing.
But in terms of not needing you and doing work on myself, I can do it, correct?
Yes, yeah, because we give you all the PDFs, everything to do it. Everything understanding. It's all in the online program. It's all in there. Plus, we have a coaches call 2 calls every Wednesday, 1 o'clock and 7 p.m. New Zealand time to Q&A, practice processes. The coaches get together. All the coaches are in a chat. They practice with each other. So you'll get to practice with Gillian and Adrian, anyone you want to. And also with the one-on-ones, when we remove everything, you're feeling really confident to start doing it all yourself.
How long it takes to do work on myself? Like after how many sessions, how many weeks?
Well, in the masterclass or in the recordings that comes with it, there's actually recorded content where you just listen to it and you choose what you want it because it's blank. So put your desired reality there, then we do the process. It's recorded and it works the same. And
You
you just
have
listen
process
to it.
recorded.
And once you listen to it 5 or 10 times, you go, I kind of got this. Then you got everything comes with PDFs. There's a PDF
Perfect.
of the 3 circle there. So you just read the writing with the people when you're practicing. And then the more you practice, I reckon once you've done 20 to 50 times on all of them, combination of all of them, you'll be pretty confident.
Perfect.
And once you've done 50 processes on on family, friends, and clients, that's 100 all up, you'll be really ready to go. It'll just be flowing.
And also one more question, you told you worked on yourself for 5 years, last 5 years, yeah? With all the
Yes.
modalities. Like if you
Yeah.
look in wholesomeness of Greg, what percentage from 1 to 100 you are whole?
Ooh. I don't think you can ever be whole. I mean, you can go to your higher self and be free from all the triggers. Um, Intuitively, it comes around because I'm always taking action. I'm always noticing new resistance because I'm going up the ladder.
Because of action, new
Yeah.
environment. Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree.
But if I stopped and said, no, from now on, what I'm going to do is just advertise and market and teach coaches and that's it, and not do any more do nothing, no, just stay really happy in my current reality, then I'd be really, really evolved but I wouldn't be creating anything.
Yeah,
So I'm
makes
not in my
sense, makes
power.
sense. Makes
Yeah.
sense. It's like never ending,
Yeah.
like perfectionist of yourself. You are perfection, but where's the next level, next level, next level? It's like never stopping. Yeah,
Yes. Yeah.
makes sense. Yeah.
Mm.
Okay. Thank you
Yes,
so
like
much.
doing the 2 point certification online being the first time is like, why haven't I done this earlier? Oh, because I love doing it in person. I love doing it,
Okay.
but the people that are around the world now as we're growing that want to do it online, it's more personalized for them because they're not just watching everyone in a room. Hmm.
It would be a great tool around the world, of course, because it's like every time, every single day is like whatever challenge comes. If you
Yeah.
can handle it, because we react instead
Yes.
of proactivity, instead of reactivity. So instead of like, oh, okay, because it's a, I think subconscious mind idea, like you told before, stopping us,
Yes.
keep us safe. But every time we want to grow, we want next level, next level. It's always resistance come because it's unknown. We
Yes.
don't
Yeah.
know. So it's more like the tool for life, I guess. Yeah. Because you clear up to make yourself to grow.
Yes. 100%. Just like Jillian, she wanted to just be able to walk. That was a choice.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now she
Yeah.
wants to put herself
Interesting.
on a stage in front of thousands, hundreds of people,
Wow. Yeah.
travel around New
It's a
Zealand
big
telling her story.
achievement. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
she's gone from not walk to a little bit of walk. Now she wants to do this.
Makes sense. Yeah.
So it's everything new is something new resistance. But in this work, it's great because we can clear it and then we don't have to go and create that with the suffering or the pain. Because what most people do is when they create the success in here, is they take this stuff here in there with them. I have this success, but I still don't belong. And that's what I was doing. I was having success failure, success failure, success failure. I still don't belong. I do belong. I don't belong. Now I know I do belong just all the 100% of the time. And I just go and take the action. Notice what comes up. Unpack
So
it. Yeah.
while there is resistance, it's always like yo-yo, correct? Up,
To
down, up,
start with,
down.
yeah.
Yeah.
Because what's happening is you're going here, you were here, you get into the oscillating, you're having success, and the unconscious goes, no, brings you back
Yeah.
to you're safe here. Remember, you're safe being dysfunctional, stay there. Oh no, I'm safe being successful. Oh yeah, okay. Oh no, don't like that, no, I'm being triggered. And then eventually you come over to here and then you have the success, and then sometimes you get pulled back. And it's a different structure than being here, having that and this, or being here, having a little. You must get yourself to here, getting pulled back a little, recognizing what it is, and pop. Want to get on the call? I've got can't stop sneezing, can't stop sneezing. That's ridiculous. What's going on? Clear it. Pop.
It sounds very, very, very unbelievable and magical.
Yes, well, even me and my dysfunction, I put a hanky here in case I needed it, which was accepting the problem, right? And then I thought, why don't I just do a process and remove what's pulling me back?
I cannot believe it. Sorry.
That's okay. It takes a bit to take in.
No,
And
no, it's for me because as a human and my observation, why people play lotto, why people go, you know what I mean? Like we all looking for magical
yes,
pill, red
we're
or
here.
blue.
We're here looking for that.
Yes, yes,
Oh, that would be great.
yes.
Have that. No, I didn't win.
No, I cannot believe it cannot be so easy. My mind is jumping like sinking mind. No, 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 please.
Yeah,
I've done, like, you're right. I've done so much work on myself. I cannot believe.
yeah.
And this
So
is
just
magic
stop
pill.
it.
No,
Yeah.
no, no. I cannot believe. Sorry.
Put the work on
No, I will
yourself,
get
but in
there.
a desired reality, and it's way more powerful.
Yes.
So that's why
100%.
that's why if you do meditations, listen to some nice music and being settled, no thinking, just being present, it's okay, but that's here. That's feeling good in here. Why
Yes.
when you're doing a meditation, why not visualize
Yeah.
dancing? Be in your power. Visualize being a
Yeah.
great mum. Be in your power. Bring that power into the meditation. Then the unconscious believes it's true. Then it starts to feel safe, and after 4 weeks, you have it. And then we keep removing what's in the way of the lenses.
Thank
That's
you
why
so
meditation
much.
is so important.
Yeah.
Meditation is working at the thought pattern,
Yeah.
focusing reality of what we want,
Yeah.
which creates the emotion, the
Law,
feeling, the belief.
law of attraction, which is, I like it
100%.
because it's very simplified. I like this version.
Yes, I studied law of attraction, money has energy, all that stuff. And I used to visualize my Ferrari in my garage for friggin' months. It's still not there
We all.
because I wasn't someone who believed I had it, test driving it, creating and saving for it. Now, the law of attraction used to be get in some of them, some of the programs are out there, you get in the feeling of having it, right? Which is great,
Yes.
getting the feeling of having it.
Yes.
But if you've got a
Yes.
belief up here, you're not worthy of it, it's never going to happen.
Yes.
So what law of attraction happens to people and the coaches, we will have this. We just create it all now. When you're is in whatever structure you're in. So if you're in here, the law of attraction gives you this. If you're in there, the law of attraction gives you that.
Yes.
They also talk about money. Money is energy. Money has energy. Well, at the atom level, sure it does. It's atoms, but it does
Yes.
not have a consciousness. When you
Yes.
get home, it does not say, "Welcome home, mummy. Come spend me. I'm ready." Money is only created from two things: product
Yeah.
or a service.
Yeah. 100%.
You've got to create a product or a service that people see value in, they're going to pay for.
Yeah.
People will see value in this work, they pay for it. If it's their purpose
Absolutely.
and their journey. If it's not, that's beautiful. So the product, the service that people pay for is based on the value they see in it. They see the value in it, they pay the money for that product or service, and that goes for house, cars, appliances,
Everything.
travel, the whole lot, right? It does not have anything energetic around there to create that. Sure, there is a third thing called luck. That person won lotto, they got luck. It's just luck. Someone has to win it, and it's that person. But if we want to make money in this world, we must make a product or a service that people are
100%.
prepared to willing for that has value, great value.
There is a lot of misconception, you're right, in everyone explaining their own understanding, but it's all, like, you're right, on energy level. But I never occurred to me, like, I believe it, like, I only recently, doesn't matter money, energy or not, you need to give value to the market.
Yes.
It doesn't matter energy or not. And everywhere, like, oh, if you meditate, or if you, like, whatever, energy is mine, everything is energy, it will come to you. No, it doesn't if you don't do and just sit, meditate, and do nothing.
Yeah. All you're doing is making yourself feel good in here. So when you open your eyes, you kind of feel good, but you're not having anything.
But behind it's a lot of beliefs, not enough, not, I didn't deserve, whatever. My family history, everyone was poor. Like, it's just like so many in between. Of course, it will hold you back.
Yeah. Holds it back consciously. Unconscious runs the show.
Yeah.
A lot of the coaches know my story, but when I first started doing live workshops a couple of years ago, I was showing my son how to change a car tire. He had no interest whatsoever, but I was going to show him anyway. And I went to get up and my knee popped out and dropped me to the ground. He'd just gone inside, luckily, it had finished. It's like, oh, geez. And I flicked it straight and back and it clicked back in. I went, oh my God, what was that? And I thought, I'm broken. And I thought to myself, oh, here I am, and this guru specializing in health and And I hadn't been doing a lot of exercise, so the muscles weren't strong, but I was still fit. Okay, I could still walk and do everything. And then I thought to myself, oh, I can't go play basketball with the kids. I can't do sport. I can't like be with them to watch and stuff. And then it said to me, and I can't go in front of workshops in front of people with a brace around my knee or dodgy knee because they'll think, who's this guy? It's like the really large overweight person goes and says, I specialize in diet. It's just the wrong structure, right? So I noticed that monkey chatter around it. Said, I can't do my workshops. So tidied up all of that, and it felt, a couple of weeks just weird. A couple of weeks later, I was at the dinner table a week before the workshop, the first one over in Nelson. We're marketing, advertising it. I was like, oh, in front of all these people. And the Don't Belong was working in the background. This is a good couple of years ago. And I got up with my dinner plate, went to walk the bench, and it popped right out and dropped me to the floor. And all I did was swing around and got up. I didn't do any funny yoga pose or anything. And when I fell to the floor, my wife thought I was having a heart attack. She was just looking and going, what are you doing? And I was like, ah. So I popped a couple of swings, got it back in. And the first thing that came to my mind, I cannot do the workshop with this knee. It's the first thing it said. It's like, interesting. Interesting. Why not? So then I went into it after I stopped crying, and well, not crying, but feeling sweating, went into it, and it says, because you don't belong doing that, they will judge and reject you. So I had to do all those processes, and I wrote a list up. I've still got the list on the wall there somewhere. Oh yeah. So the list was you don't belong, you have a fear of getting it wrong, being judged, fear of being seen, not safe, fear of being big, fear of success, lacking flexibility, resistance to more dollars than I can spend. It's not me. That was all the stuff I had to clear before my leg came right. And when I was doing a negative belief, listening to a recording in the program, she went down and she talked about family history. Straight away, I seen this vision of my dad when I was a kid. He had a brace on his knee when he rolled the tractor, crushed his knee. It showed me that. I felt a flick in my knee. I came back to now. I got up and I was able to walk around. So the unconscious is so powerful. And if it believes you're going to go and do that, and the unconscious says you can't have it, it's going to suck doing that, you're going to prove that you're not good enough, not worthy, don't belong, whatever, it'll create any pain point in the body it wants to because it came in here to run the show. It keeps everything going when you sleep. So we must make sure our unconscious is fully on board to take all the actions we choose to. And on another story on that, without going into it too much because it's not why we're here, but I lost 2 teeth when I started doing videos online. Because I was like, oh, I can't do videos. It's ridiculous. The same thing. That's why I was 80% don't belong. Because I was so solidly broken in that don't belong, 80% of my life was don't belong. It had some power in there. Whereas hopefully, generally, we have a more broader of the sabotaging beliefs, so we can clear them all up. But I had like big chunk don't belong. And that happened when I was in mum's tummy because she didn't want to have a baby. She got pregnant, didn't want to have me because she had a fear that if it was a daughter, she couldn't protect her because when she was 9 years of age, the family doctor molested her. So she did not want to have a daughter in case she couldn't protect her daughter. That was her fear. But when I was born as a boy, and she's seen how amazing that I was, I love saying that, but then she loved me and it was fine, but I was still born a don't belong baby. And then mum and dad passed away when I was 26. So at 26, I'd kind of lost everything too, broke the marriage and everything gone, didn't go that married too young, just everything too young. So I tried to get that belonging. And then mum and dad passed away in 98, well, 95, 98. I was an orphan at 26. I didn't belong anywhere. It was the icing on the cake. So I was stuck in that don't belong. So what I decided to go out was go out and create all these communities and businesses, put all these people into it, to step into it, to get a full sense of belonging, to feel belonging in the world. Didn't know I was doing that at the time. And then I'd create a business and then I'd like get anxiety and body sweats and feel uncomfortable. And I spoke to one of my managers last year, banged into her at a market. And I said, do you remember I used to get anxiety when I was younger? She said, did you? What? I'm going, oh, it was noticeable. She said, sometimes you're all over the show with the anxiety. It's like, wow, geez. So removing all of that, I still do one festival called the Motueka Kai Fest. I still do that because I want to give back my skills to the community. And I just love seeing families come together and sharing Kai. But when I do it, I belong doing it. It's a totally different experience. I just stand in the middle of the field going, I belong. Look at this, it's beautiful. So it does When you go out there and put yourself out there as a coach or a healer or do something for you, there's always going to be all this resistance, and we must remove it so it stops health issues. Because the product of the service in that case is you. You're not making raspberry jam and you're not offering a massage. It's you. And in my excitement with all of that is I think it's the best way to do it because we see all of this, the whole lot, and we clear it. And that's what the 8 weeks is for. Get rid of all that stuff. Great questions, thank you. Is everybody enjoying the questions?
One more question about belonging. Belonging
Yes.
is also was very difficult for me. I'm similar with my mom and dad not wanting me, but it's a long story. But belonging is like to family, to community. You mentioned something else. Can you describe? Because for me, it was like belonging always like not understanding, not even want to be there. I
Yeah.
know I needed, but I was more like loner. I love time with intelligent people, which is myself.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, so I had the don't belong on everything in the world. I do not belong in the world in society with people.
Okay, it's more
Only
like the
time I,
world.
yeah, belong in the world. The only time I felt comfortable when I was in a house on my own and no one was
Yeah.
there. I thought, "Oh, this is pretty cool. This is good." But then I was not creating anything. I was on my own. I wasn't creating the experience of relationships, of kids, of socializing, of having all that stuff, Christmases, birthdays with family. And it was taken away from me because when mum and dad passed away, some of the things we were doing, brothers, sisters, and cousins, they all just went and did their own thing because that's what you do. And there's nothing wrong with that, but that's just what they do. But it left me completely like full, but not belonging in the world. And I can remember sitting down at the local harbour when my mate came to see me down from Auckland. And he came to see me and he goes, "Are you doing all right, mate?" And I said, "Yeah." I said, "I've got absolutely nothing and I feel pretty good about it." And I felt okay. I thought, well, there's nothing worse than can happen. I actually hit rock bottom. And when I hit rock bottom, then you know there's only one way to go back. And that's when I started building all the businesses. Hmm.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you. Thank you so much for answering. And thank you for bringing this online
Oh, you're
because
welcome.
it's very difficult to reach to New Zealand. Thank you.
Yeah,
Really
you're welcome.
appreciate it. Thank you online. Yeah.
You're very welcome. You can go on the website and put your contact details in there, and we'll put your email in the chat, and I can send you an email, and we can finish that knee if you want to get that knee sorted.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. I think something wrong with your site. I put my email straight after the exhibition, MBA, and whatever, body mind. And nobody answered me,
Ah, okay.
but I got email to inviting to this one. So, which is I'm thankful. Yeah.
Oh, beautiful. Well, that's, yeah, how everything happens how it's meant to. I didn't see that email, sorry. Put your email in. Oh, you're in the system anyway, so that's fine, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you. And thanks for coming out and asking some amazing questions. It's awesome. Love it. Everything always is exactly how it's meant to be. Beautiful. And that's with like today's call, bringing in some beautiful people that aren't in certifications is for us all to learn in this work. And that's why I didn't have a really structure. This was my structure for today. My beautiful handwriting, because I knew my intuition would just flow and it rolls out how it's meant to. And that is what we call life, just trusting your intuition and just rolling it out. Just being the best you can be. If anyone's got a question, feel free to put it in the chat. And we can move on to the next thing. What is the time? Quarter to 2. No doubt if anybody wants to go to the toilet or have a cup of tea or a bit to eat or anything, we'll have a break in, say, half an hour. But, you can just go and grab any time you want to. We are recording this, obviously, so you'll all get sent the recording of this. If any of you have popped in and I haven't got your email details for that, just let me know so we can email you the recording if you want it. Great. Who's enjoying this? Put a yes in the chat if you're enjoying it. Give me some feedback. It's always lovely, good to get feedback to make sure you're all involved. Yes, good. What if someone put a no? Just to mix it up. That's awesome. Yes, it's great. Definitely yes. Awesome. Cool. Thank you. Yay. Cool. Who would like to learn about the human journey? I would love to know how and why, where we come from, how we take it on. If you want to, oh, you've got the 6 sabotaging beliefs there. You can open that up as well if you want to have it sitting in your computer to the side. And let's do the human journey. So we have our mama and our father, papa, and they are living their life, doing their thing. And they obviously get married, come together, and they do their magic. And the sperm in the egg is created. Boom! The magic happens. They now have created a superconscious, a field of information that's activating all the torsion fields to grow that dot into a fetus in 4 to 5 weeks so the spirit can come in. Now, all that information in the dot, the body pretty much is a dot. And as you can see when they video different when they photograph different stages of that, they see the heart growing out of the head. So we know that the heart and the brain were once connected. And the heart chakra in this work is the most powerful. It's 5,000 times more higher frequency than the brain. It's got way more power. So when we're in our heart chakra, that automatically connects us to the unconscious brain, and that's when we're in our power. Now, for those of you a bit religious or whichever, I believe in the creator, I don't believe in hell because you can't burn a spirit. But the heart chakra, as Jesus said when he came here, when you look at the Bible and read the Bible and put the Bible is actually talking about the unconscious brain and the heart chakra, the whole Bible makes way more sense. So when he talks about being born again, he came back, he says, be born again. He's not talking about being born again coming out of mum because that's impossible. He's talking about get out of your thinking ego and into your heart chakra and live a life from your heart chakra, from your unconscious brain, which is the feeling and the love. So we're in here, this little dot, and we grow into 4 weeks. And at this 4 weeks point is when the spirit comes in. And we know this because the heart starts beating. So then when the spirit comes in, and my work, my belief structures, the unconscious comes down with it. And then in our power, we have the superconscious, which has started here. It's going all the way to there. We then have the unconscious, which came in here. It's going all the way to there. And then we spend another 8 months being in the room, getting ready for the big day. Now, when we're inside the womb, and this is very common when you go back in the timeline and put the client back in the womb, they go, oh, it feels safe. It's nice, warm in here. Because the unconscious going, wow, being on the planet's pretty amazing. I can eat automatically. I get fed food. I'm safe. It's warm. When I want to get rid of stuff, it just disappears. Everything is pretty cruisy in here, providing mum is having a nice life. If she's having trauma, like my mum don't belong, the fear of not being able to protect her daughter, that don't belong was created in my timeline from here, especially from the unconscious arm when the spirit came in. So that's where my don't belong was created, in here. Not all of it, but the main part of it. So then when you're here and you're born, into this point, we know that you're born when you become, you have the process, you disconnect and you take your first human breath. That's when you become human. Until then, you're fully connected to mum because you're inside mum's consciousness through the cord you're attached to mum. So when you're born, you take your first human breath out the nose, the mouth. That's when you become human. Until then, you're consciousness of mum. And then you've been 0 to 3.5 years. Sometimes I reckon it's around there, some 3.5, 4 years. But at this point here is when the conscious brain is created. The conscious brain is created here. And what your conscious brain is your thinking. Your thinking brain, the ego. And then you're born here and you carry on to the life here before you transition, then go back home. So around about the conscious brain happens from here to about here to around 7 or 8. I think it's later for boys. Sometimes it's in their 20s before they get their responsibility right. So in this point here between 3 and 7 and 8 is when the child starts to experience thinking. So you can say to a 3.5-year-old, you're silly, they'll laugh. Say it to an 8-year-old, they go, no, you are, because they can start to think. So here's the 3 forms of consciousness. All 3 of them are just memories. Spell that correctly. They are just memories with information. Just memories. Now, say for example, here we talk about the 6 sabotaging beliefs. My don't belong happened here. I was born don't belong, then lying here at age 26, became that orphan. So I put up, well, that should be more in here. Put up that more of that, fulfilled the don't belong, was rejected and judged by people because I knew I didn't belong. So I was pushing people away, and it was just a dysfunctional structure. So if this little 2-year-old here is playing with its toys and picking its blocks up, and the babysitter or the grandparent comes in who's had a bad day, lost their job, or arguing with the missus, or whatever it may be, they're in a bad mood and they're in a rush, and they say to the 2-year, put your toys away, we've got to go. And the wee 2-year-old's just looking at it, playing with the toys, because it doesn't even know what that means, really, apart from there's a box of toys, put them away, and it picks up some little toys and pops it in the box, but it goes, I can't lift those big ones, I can't do that, I'm 2. And then the babysitter or the grandparent says, put those toys in the box. What is wrong with you? Boom. Now that child's taken on a belief, there's something wrong with me. There's something wrong with me. I am not good enough. I am not capable. I am probably not capable, would be quite strong there. Or I don't belong being, could be created as well because it thinks something wrong with you. So say, for example, that might create the not capable. Now, for the rest of that journey of that person, they will have a belief they are not capable for the rest of their lives. When they hit to a certain point, they'll wake up one morning, like all we do, the coaches here in this. Okay, Wendy Norris, good night. Thanks for being here. Wendy's just saying she's off to sleep because she's in the UK. It's late there. When we have these dysfunction happen in our timeline, we wake up one morning, we say enough is enough, like I did 5 years ago. And all the coaches that are here have done that. They say enough is enough, I want change. And that's when we draw a line in the sand. And we go from being dysfunctional to taking action to do something to try and fix ourselves, or no longer. I want change. I want to be my purpose. I want to create. Now, that's when we get stuck in the personal development, or we go do processes or different courses and programs of trying to fix. In this work, we do not do that. In this work, we draw a line in the sand. We go back to being our power of our superconscious, as we were born with, in our timeline, and we start creation. Because there's no limitation on this child between 0 and 3.5, unless there's dysfunction happen. But in most families, the child's getting love, belonging, and safe. They're pretty good along here. But then they might be in this grab here, and they join a sports team, and they can't kick the ball because Dad didn't kick the ball around with me much, and the skill level's lower than everybody else in the team. So they might put up a belief, I'm not good at kicking the ball, so I'm not good enough. So there might be a belief in here, not good enough. Something else might happen later when they're a teenager and they get rejected by a girl or a boy, or something happens, and they believe I don't belong being in relationships, which was my thing. Don't belong in there. So you can, all these sabotaging beliefs, those 6 and others, happen in this time frame between being born to 7 and 8, and also anywhere on the rest of the timeline. Anywhere else between 10 all the way back to now to 80, 70 until you pass. All this can happen anywhere. But it's that line in the sand that we draw when we decide to make change and want change. And those are the people we're looking for, the ones that actually make that decision that want change. Adrian, I don't want to be a sugar diet anymore. I don't want to be eating all that stuff. I want to break myself free from it. Gillian, I don't want to be bedridden anymore. I want change. I don't want arthritis anymore. I don't want a sore knee anymore. I want to have a life I love. I want to have these choices again. I want to start living a life I love. I want to getting my health and vitality back. What does that mean? Okay, exercise, processes, lenses, dietary if you need to, if you're eating crap, carbohydrates and vegetable oils, kick it all, get rid of it all, and start eating fresh vegetables and fruit and good quality meat, depending what your diet is. If vegetarian, just have that good stuff, but stay away from the sugars, the carbohydrates, stay away from it. Processed chemical foods. I want to get my health and vitality back. Do the exercise. Drink the water. I want to choose my true nature and purpose. So some of you be like, well, what is my true purpose? We unpack all that in the program if you decide to come through it. Your true purpose and what the shamans teach is doing something just because you love it. Steve, I just want to do that. I want to be a coach. When I wanted to be a coach, it was like, how scary for me as a don't belonger to go and do something and have a video screen on. Or try and even coach somebody. Who am I to coach? I get judged and rejected. I don't belong doing that. So it took me months to remove that stuff to even get people round here in my office here. We fan there at the moment, but that's where people used to sit. And I used to do my processes. They sit in that chair, and this is what I did. And it wasn't until I came across the powerful 2 point from Richard Bartlett that we took all this furniture out of the lounge and turned the lounge into a healing room. And that's where I do it now. So this room is now just video content. But all of that, when I started off, was huge. Try and be a coach. Who am I to think that I can do that? All the meh, to now being a teacher of the work. So draw a line in the sand, say, what my true purpose? I'm going to go for it. Notice what's in the way. I'm so blessed and honored to have met the people that I have that could show me the right work and then teach me intuition to then start living a life of intuition. That's been so powerful. And now that I'm doing what I love, just because I love it, I just want to spread it to those that want it, spread it through the world. Get it into our teenagers and their kids, adults, relationships, all of it, workplaces, to remove and release people from being stuck and thinking they need to fix themselves when they don't. They're not broken. They're just stuck. Everybody is powerful. We are powerful superconscious creators. We've just got to take the action to have it. And then we do that, remove what's in the way. It's that simple, really. And that's the structure. Or the predominant creative force, which is being powerful, taking action, being committed to your choices. This is where the lenses comes in. Being committed, taking the actions, being courageous. And I don't know how many programs we got. 10 or 11 programs now that we've created video content, PDFs, meditations, everything full pre-recorded, done in Kajabi. If you said to me 5 years ago, Greg, you're going to have all those programs being a teacher, I would have laughed. I would have laughed and said you're an idiot. And I was wrong. Because all I did was I just stayed in my desired reality, kept taking action, removed what's in the way. Was it easy? No, because I didn't have a one-on-one coach. But I had a one-on-one coach teaching me this stuff, because the one-on-one coaches that were available that do this work overseas, they're 50 grand a month. I did not have 50 grand. So I had to work it out myself and remove all my stuff. And that's why it took me a whole lot longer than it does. And that's why we have one-on-one coaching in all our certifications and programs, because it's so important to see this stuff so we can clear it in the client. And if you can't see it intuitively or understand what it is, it doesn't matter. The processes will show it. We have all the tools to create that. So once we remove our stuff from that stuff and tie that timeline, evolve into a higher self, so when we transition, we're free from it. And I believe, as the shamans teach, we are here as superconscious creators, also, like some of the other mentors taught me, but as the shamans teach, we are here to fulfill the contract of our purpose. And if you get to the age of 60, 65, 70, and you haven't done your purpose, you'll start to lose focus, energy, everything. Everything will just start to fall apart because you have not fulfilled that contract, that agreement you made before you came here. Now, that contract can be writing a book. It can be being a great parent. It can be inventing something you've always thought was cool. It can be amazing at learning a language, playing the guitar in a band. Doesn't matter what the choice is. I'm all about the choice. It does not bother me what it is. Whatever it is that you want to do it just because you love it, let's go create it. That is the key. That's the most important thing around it. Is choosing it just because I love it. So that is what we call the human journey. Obviously, more information around that in the certification, the workbook. But the human journey is we come down here as a spirit and we do bring some stuff with us. Actually, I'll use a different color. We do bring some stuff with us from a past life. And if you do, you're bringing it in here all the way along the timeline. And it's just sitting there. So sometimes we have to go up and tidy this stuff. You will bring family history stuff in here. There will be stuff passed down from mother's line also coming along. Now, the mother and father, you'll find if you're working with people from Europe, from First, Second World War, all that sort of stuff, there is going to be, oh, there's a button there some here. There's going to be more trauma in the family line, especially like with the Irish, with all the feminines or the heartache. And these will be passed down survival patterns. Yesterday, I cleared one for a girl that had bronchitis. It was 9 generations up her mother's line in Irish land that the bronchitis had been passed because her parents survived having it, so it was passed down as a survival pattern. Crazy as it sounds, but the families died of it, so it was passed down as a survival pattern. So when we're tidying up her first attack of bronchitis, lungs and that was at age 3, ambulance, 11 ambulance, and 13. So you could see the loops all the way along. So when we back and cleared that, when she opened her eyes, she was breathing way better. So I'm yet to check up on her tonight to see what it's been like. So it might also be fathers sabotaging belief. If your grandfather was in war, he was dysfunctional, or he was a meanie for whatever reason, that can get passed down. And what the unconscious does is it uses these to stop you taking the action to go up the ladder for success, to evolve to higher self. Because the spirit says, I don't want to clear that up. I want to clear this up. I want to clear all this up while we're doing this work. Because once you're in it for 4 weeks, and we all notice, and once you get past that 4 weeks, don't let the baby cry in the cot, and just get rid of that last step, and we go into our fifth, 6th week. The spirit then starts showing us stuff that's in the way, and it's always in the timeline somewhere. And we just clear it all till it's done, which frees you from it. So then when taking the action and you go up here, there's less and less and less, depending on what the actual steps are. I think with me, because I have that don't belong so ingrained, every time I do something new that involves video or being seen, it's always going to like, oh, hang on. But after I've done it once or twice, like the workshops, it's fine. And remove the resistance. So superconscious, unconscious, and the conscious brain are just memories. And if they're just memories, then we can upgrade them. We can shift them. Superconscious memories from mother and father coming all the way through. Unconscious memories coming all the way through, them being created. And then the conscious memories all the way through here. Now the conscious, obviously the ego thinking, we don't need to work with that so much. And that's why we close our eyes to shut that down. Because in the brain, the unconscious then sees this to be true. It actually goes on a journey and uses the superconscious to guide it for the information. I mean, if we sit down and visualize and close our eyes and visualize on a happy memory, it'll feel good. But as soon as you visualize on a time you got it wrong, like, ugh, it feels terrible because the unconscious still believes it to be true. So when we're closing our eyes, we're actually tricking the unconscious. And that's the cool thing about this work. We're getting it on board naturally. Cool. So that is the human journey. This point in here, for everybody, is different. No parents the same, no structure's the same. If there's family trauma passed down here of pain, then it'll be in the timeline all the way along here. And it could be like, I don't deserve money, I don't deserve to be loved, I don't deserve to be accepted. Like it could be pretty full on. So we must clear that up. When you go up the timeline, like I went up 9 generations with that girl, and we come back now, this is the cool thing about it. All those spirits that had those 9 families that have transitioned back home, they're gone now. You're actually tidying up their field in whatever dimension they are. You're freeing them from it, which is pretty cool. So the shamans teach when they're up here in source or universe or galaxy, what do you want to call it? The shamans teach the spirits mourn more up here for their spirits that have got to come down here and have this experience, which can be really painful and come back here. They mourn more than what here, that we mourn for our lost ones here, because they know what you've got to go through, the pain you've got to experience. Now, some people say, oh, like I've had a couple of clients that have had massive PTSD, like foster homes, never loved, rejection, picked on at school, like heavy, heavy trauma. And I say to them, well, you chose it. And they go, what do you mean? You chose that journey, because when we're up here before we come down, we choose our parents to have this experience. We choose it. And that's the crazy thing about it. But that's the good thing about it, because my last time I came down here, and when I've gone back and worked on my past lives, has been I was a warrior or a knight or a swordsman or a samurai or as a high priest. I had all this taking lives and protecting others thing. And that's why I still like watching swords movies and World War II stuff. I just really enjoy it because I see all this action because I used to be there. But when I was working myself a year ago, going into all of this, using my intuition, it said, yes, Greg, because you used to protect and take life. This journey, you chose a contract to give it back. And that's exactly the thing that I'm on. Like, so Gillian to get her, guide her to get her life back with Adrian, all the others, is to give back. So this has been my whole true purpose is to give back, to get people back into their power. Mm. And I chose knowing that inside mum's womb, that I'd be going through that process. And when I used to look back and go, I wish it wasn't like that. It could have been different. Right. I now know I wish this is exactly how it was because I wouldn't be here now without it. It was that don't belong that made me quit my job and spend all my money on staying. If I hadn't had that don't belong, we wouldn't be on this call right now. Would probably be another call and I wouldn't be good enough. But it would be different, right? Completely different because I would not have gone on that journey. So we in this work are looking for as many powerful people as we can, coaches, etc. People to be in the programs to learn this, to help and serve others, to shift them out of that structure. And that's me and Jilly's and my wife Kirst and the coaches. That's our journey is to go out there and make change. And it's very satisfying. So any questions around that? Throw it in the chat if you want to. If you've got any questions, be happy to answer it.
So Greg, I have a question.
Yeah, sure.
So that superconscious where you mentioned the memory, there's memory associated with superconscious as well, you said.
Yes, in here.
Yeah, that no, the
Oh, this
female,
one.
yeah, that one, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm unable to sync with that idea because in our Eastern philosophy, a soul has four core aspects. They're called as
Yes.
antakarana. Antah means inner. These four are chitta, which is the memory aspect, and this memory, it is not just of this life. It's a memory as a capsule. It contains all the previous life's memory.
Yes.
Okay, and the second one is buddhi. Buddhi means discrimination, where this is directly powered by the soul itself, and this discrimination has that intelligence to distinguish between what is good and what is bad at all the time. It tells us
Hmm.
do not do this, but because we are so succumbed to our senses and whatever gratification, pleasure, and all that, we don't listen to that voice. Okay, and the other two are um, ahankara. Ahankara means ego identity, which you mentioned, the ego-ness.
Yes.
The chitta, ahankara. The fourth one, I'm unable to recollect it. Chitta, buddhi, ahankara.
That's okay. It might come to you. That the first one in the past lives is in here. It comes in through here. So when you're in the past lives, you have all these past lives. Now that information of all those past lives, same family history, is all in the field. It's all there instant. There is no time and space with that. So it's just there. So that comes through in here. Your superconscious, it starts here, but it's created from the families and the fathers and mothers superconscious. So it was always there. It's always there forever. Start, finish, always. Doesn't go away or come. It just gets created ready for you to come in here. Now the unconscious puts up a pattern of a belief once it experiences something. So if it experiences intimacy as good, it wants more of it. If it experiences intimacy as bad, it's like, well, I'm not doing that again. So that's when it puts up the yes and the no and the good and the bad. Is that kind of what you're saying with the unconscious there? So all of that is survival patterns of good or bad, what we experience. Now, yes, it can come through from here. Absolutely. It's there all internal life. It's all the way through. So when I do, like, we do some past life meditations and some other stuff, which you'll get to experience, but we go up the past lives and we actually might do that tomorrow if you want. And we'll go up there and you can see all your past lives and take from them what you choose, which is what you're talking about that first one. You can go into that. We can go into there and create that if you want to. And then when you see that, you see yourself in all your past lives and you take the power of any of those that you want to bring to now to clear whatever is in the way of you being your holy or better self or whatever how you choose it to be or in a desired reality. Has
Yeah,
it?
the contract which you said, for example, the soul chooses its parents. That is very much true because that's what we also believe in it. And the second thing is when the baby is in the womb of the mother, as you said, there's a contract that happens between that baby and with the God, saying that because they have that knowledge of all the previous lives, the mistakes that they
Yes.
have done and all that, and then they'll make a vow to the God, saying that in this current life that I'm gonna take birth, I'm not gonna repeat all these mistakes, and I'm gonna reach you. When I say reach you, that's what we call as nirvana or the self-realization aspect. Okay, where
Yep.
the individual soul merges with the supreme soul. Okay, that's what we call it as moksha or nirvana, self-realization, all these words. But what happens is, and I mean, there is one more point where it's slightly differ. The soul consciousness, the life force within the embryo, whatever you call baby, we believe it happens in the between the 7 and 8 months. Okay, but anyway, that's just a thing. But from that point onwards, the baby will come to know, will be cognizant of all the memory, which we call it as the chitta. Okay, so there are three akashas. You know akasha, right? Akasha means space. Okay,
Yes.
so the first is the bhutakasha. Bhutakasha means anything that our eyes or telescope and everything that can see the entire space out there, with our five senses. That is called as bhutakasha. Okay,
Yep.
and the word, this bhu and ba is very important. The word bright has come from the root word called as ba. Ba means light. It's just effulgence. Okay. And the next space is chittakasa. See, this chittakasa, it's nothing but all the memory that is associated around the soul. So, for example, for a soul to have a human life, that person or that he or she, they must have taken at least a minimum of 500 births before. It could be animal, plant, whatever it may be. It could be
Yes.
human births as well. Minimum 500 births. So across all these 500 or more than births, it could even amount to thousands as well. This entire births will have the memory aspect of it. We call that as chittakasa. So in that space slash akasha, this entire memory resides. And the
Mm-hmm.
Chidakasa, Chida means this actually constitutes supreme soul, the supreme consciousness. So it is like the gigantic cloud, the Shiva aspect, and we are all the incarnations of Lord Shiva. Like we are verily the God ourselves. Okay. And because we are God, we love the God. Okay. Because we give birth to our progeny, we love them. We love our children as well. So that's what I was telling to Adrian as well. Essentially, at the very core, we are truth, existence, and bliss. Okay. On top of these three core attributes, we also have a name and form because we have taken a birth, a human birth. So
Mm-hmm.
this Chidakasa, the supreme space, it holds the memories of all the souls of the entire universe, not just
Mm-hmm.
this planet.
Yes.
So I'm thinking, so whenever you use the word super consciousness, right?
Yes.
I kind of, um, because I kind of think, I know the supreme consciousness, and we are the reflection of the divine, okay, having a soul with
Yes.
its own memory of not just this life, but all the previous lives, which is staying hidden under the unconscious memory, okay. One can tap into that memory using the expert tools and techniques like the regression therapy and all that, okay. And when you say super consciousness, I always kind of think super consciousness and supreme consciousness both are same. For some reason, I think like that.
Yes. Right. So your supreme consciousness is up here, right? Coming through here. Your superconscious is only a field of information on this planet as a 3D figure. It's a torsion fields to create you as a human, as a 3D particle. So it's creating you for this journey here on the planet. And the experience I've had, when you leave this and go back up to here as your spirit, you're just back to your unconscious higher self spirit. You leave your conscious brain here because you're dying. The superconscious behind in your body because your body's no longer. So the high divine is this bit here. What you're saying is just all fits in here. It's just different because every religion's different. Every religion has its own belief structures around it. So whatever we believe and we study, we believe. All I know is this is how I was shown it and taught it, but I rolled it out over 3 years with people, working with them, and this is just what's come out of it, out of working with people. So that's just how I know that's how it is. But absolutely, what you're saying fits in. It's just that superconscious is separate from the spirit higher self. It's a field of information. It wants you to have the best life on the planet. That's its job. Best life on the planet. The field of information.
Yeah.
And all these past lives that you talked about, animals, different journeys on here, it's just going around in here like, right? Going 10 past lives, going around, 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 as whatever you chose to be to come through as. Like the next time I might choose to be an ant so someone can stand on me.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is when the drop merges with the ocean, when the drop merges
Yes,
in the ocean,
yes.
there is no identity for the drop because it has got merged in the ocean. When the wave merges in the ocean, there is no identity for that wave because it has got merged into the ocean.
Yes, but
So,
every dot in the ocean, as a human, if you use a metaphor as a human, every dot has a will.
see, you're saying every dot in the ocean. No, it is like, for example, a raindrop which has separated from the ocean and formed as a cloud. And from that cloud, it is just, let's say, imagine it is falling from the sky as a drop. While it
Yes.
is falling and reaching towards the sky, it has an identity called as a drop. But the moment it merges into the ocean, there is no identity there. It
Oh,
lives
as
in the
far
ocean.
yes, as far as the ocean's concerned, yes, correct. I was just using that we're a dot, but we're separate in the ocean as a human thing. Like all, us humans on the planet put us all in one area. It's just a metaphor. It's just a metaphor. We're all there together, but we're all separate. It's just a metaphor because we all have our own will and our own choices and our own creation. But that's just a metaphor of that. But yeah, of course, what you're saying is true.
Yeah, and there's one more important aspect. This is actually a very supreme secret yogic thing. When the
Hmm.
baby is in the womb of a mother, they do not take the breath. The breathing in and breathing out does not happen. Even their lungs will be filled with a
Water.
liquid called as syngominovial fluid.
Yes.
And however, the baby still survives. The very reason, um, and baby will be in a state of, all the babies in the womb of a mother, they will be in a state of yogic state. They're all yogis. When I say yogi, yogi is one where the individual soul and the supreme soul are in union, they are in conjunction. Okay.
Yes.
And that conjunction happens at the heart chakra. Okay.
Yep.
And during the birth, when the baby comes from the womb of the mother, right at that point, when the baby comes from the womb of the mother, this conjunction between the individual soul and the supreme soul, it gets slightly separated. Like, it just comes down. It
Yes.
Because it comes down, it that force empties the liquid in the lungs.
Yes.
And at that point, couple of things happen. The baby is now in the world of matrix. Matrix in the sense it is called as Maya. And because it has come in the world, it forgets all the transactions and contract the baby has and all the promises the baby has made with the God. Why? Because that is a property of this world where we have fallen into the matrix, we have fallen into the Maya. So whatever knowledge, the divine knowledge you had earlier, the soul had earlier, it just
Yes.
loses that knowledge.
Yes. Yep. Generally, not all the time, but generally. Sometimes it comes through and it gets stuck and it didn't clear properly when it comes through. And that person's stuck in here in a past life as well. And that you can see them unstable. And I've worked with those people and I've gone back and cleared up their past lives, closed these doors where the frequency is coming through and it's freed them from that. But generally, yes, you're correct, generally. And that gap that you're talking about in here, yes, You know, when the baby comes out of the womb, the hips opens up and that baby's going to go squeeze through there, and that pushes all the water out of the lungs. So it can be bored, cut the cord, take its first breath. So it's the same, just a different way of explaining it. Same. Yep. And when you're working with your clients, you'll get to experience the stuff with them. You're like, wow, you know, I've had people go back 1,100 past lives. And sometimes they're shaking because they're in a different dimension. There's all sorts of stuff going on. I bring them back to now and shift it, and they're free and they feel free from it. They feel lighter. We don't go in, we don't even know what was going on, but it was some form of a different dimension they were in, outside of the 3D realm. So whatever that is, some say there's 16, 17 dimensions, some say there's 9. I don't know how many's out there. All I know is there is many dimensions. Yeah. But you'll learn more of that as you're going through it and we're practicing on it. So it's very similar, just a different way of explaining it. Very, very similar. Yeah, cool. Awesome. Thank you, mate. Thanks for jumping out. It's awesome. Always love your valuable input. It's awesome. The different cultures. It's great. Anybody else have any questions there around that? Very good, Rajesh. Thank you. It's always good to see it in a different light. I'll get to India one day. I know I will. Getting back to all this work and everything that I've gone through and been through and all the rest of it. Do I know everything? No. I'd be stuck in my ego brain if I thought that I did. I probably know, I believe, 2% of what's out there. I believe the next 5 to 10 years of being in this work, there's going to be so much more cool stuff we can learn, not just about ourselves and the planet, but the different dimensions we came from, who we are. I reckon the world's really shifting into that higher consciousness, and I really love that. So I've got a wee video here for you to watch. Us coaches know what it is, but it's always good for a laugh. Why is it not there? It's good for a laugh. This is Bob Newhart. If anybody remembers Bob Newhart from the 70s, he was a funny comedian guy, did all sorts of movies and different stuff. And I'll just get you to watch this. This is Bob Newhart being a therapist.
Dr. Switzer?
Yes, come in. I'm just washing my hand.
I'm Catherine Bigman. Janet Carlisle referred me.
Oh, yes. You're very delightful.
Yes, that's me. Should I lay down?
Oh, no, don't do that. Just accept. And let me tell you a bit about our billing. I charge $5 for the first 5 minutes, and then absolutely nothing after that. Nonsense.
That sounds great. Too good to be true, isn't it?
Can everybody hear that okay, or is it a bit light? Just give me a nod, you can hear it? Okay, cool.
Well, I can almost guarantee you that our session won't last for 4 or 5 minutes. Now, I don't do any insurance billing, so I either have to pay in cash or by check.
Wow, okay.
And I don't make change.
All right.
Go.
Go.
Tell me.
What?
Tell me about the problem that you wish to address. Oh,
Okay. Well, I have the fear of being buried alive in a box. I start thinking about being buried alive and I begin to panic.
Has anyone ever tried to bury you alive in a box?
No, but truly thinking about it does make my life horrible. And I can't go through tunnels or be in an elevator or in a house, anything boxy.
So what you're saying is you're claustrophobic.
Yes, that's it.
All right, well, let's go, Catherine. I'm going to say 2 words to you right now. I want you to listen to them very, very carefully. Then I want you to take them out of the office with you and incorporate them into your life.
Shall I write them down?
Well, if it makes you comfortable, it's just 2 words. You find most people can remember.
Okay.
You ready?
Yes.
Okay, you're there.
He said, stop it. Stop it.
Oh. So, what are you saying?
You know, it's funny. I say 2 simple words, and I cannot tell you the amount of people who say exactly the same thing you're saying. I mean, this is not Yiddish, Catherine. This is it. Stop it.
So, I should just stop it.
There you go. I mean, you don't want to go through life being scared of being buried alive in a box. I mean, that sounds straight.
Oh, yes.
But stop it.
I can't. I mean, it's been with me.
No, we don't go there. Just stop.
So I should just stop being afraid of being buried alive in a box.
You got it. Victim. Well, it's only been 3 minutes, so that will be $3.
Should I only have a 5? So
Well, I don't like change.
then I guess I'll take the full 5 minutes.
Fine. Right. Well, what other problems would you like to address?
I'm bulimic. I stick my fingers down my throat.
Stop it. So kind. Don't do that.
But I'm compelled to. My mom used to call me fatty.
No. We don't go there.
But I've been practiced.
No, don't go there either.
But my horoscope did say.
Definitely don't go there. Just stop it. What else?
Well, I have self-destructive relationships with men.
Stop it. You want to be with a man, don't you?
Yes.
Well, then stop it. Don't be such a big baby.
I wash my hands a lot.
So, I wash my hands all the time. With a lot of germs on them. Yeah, don't worry about that.
I'm afraid to drive.
Well, stop it. How are you going to get around? Get in the car and drive, you kook.
Stop it! You stop it!
What's the problem, Kathy?
I don't like this. I don't like this therapy at all. You're just telling me to stop it.
And you don't like them?
No, I don't.
So you think we're moving too fast?
Yes. Yes, I do.
All right, then let me give you 10 words that I think will clear everything up for you. You want to get a pad and a pencil for something?
Right.
Are you ready? Right here are the 10 words. Spit or I'll bury you alive in a box.
Oh, there is this picture and audio wasn't the best for that. Oh,
Call it healthy. And then one.
so I'll close that down. I'll actually put the post of it in the chat. If you want to watch it later on, you can do. It's Bob Newhart. It's funny as when you watch it with a good quality. So what he's basically saying is that's how they dealt with mental health back then. They just stop it. Just stop it. So quite often us coaches, when we're going into a dysfunction, we'll just be like, we'll just stop it. So it's a bit of a humorous joke between us all. But yeah, I found it very funny. Excellent. Cool. So has anybody got any questions or anything they'd like to go over before we move on to the next thing? Just do a summarize of the day. Any questions? Is there anything anybody would like to go over me to talk about or go through with? Anything at all you can put in the chat or jump out?
I think I have one regarding, you mentioned Russian. My background is Russian. Who are you following?
The Russian names are quite long. I can never remember them.
Okay.
But they're all in Melissa Joy's book. The
Okay,
the
Melissa
practical play.
Joyce.
Yeah, Melissa Joy, the book of big potential. She talks about the names to hide. I wouldn't remember them.
Okay, thank you.
That's okay. Richard Bartlett in his book, it's Into the Matrix, I think. It's on my website. He also talks a reference to the scientist also in Russia that have been working on it.
You're talking about Richard Butler with the NLP?
No, Richard Bartlett, Matrix Energetics. Bartlett,
Okay, Bartlett.
Bartlett.
Okay.
Yeah, have a look on the website, gregjonesnz.com. We've got a book of the month, and the books are all
Okay.
on there.
Thank you.
And we get to put up last month's, which will be another book of Melissa's. I've just finished it, and it's brilliant. Richard Bartlett, he was a doctor and a chiropractor, and then he was working in his clinics with people, and he started to notice that the whole system he was taught as a doctor was all about trying to fix people that they were broken and that to subscribe them a pill and the normal process around that. And he was guided to do things a little bit differently. And then he started receiving and all this information, just guided, I guess, a little bit like I have in my work. He was guided in a different way. And so he started playing around with these processes and being guided by his guides, not that he knew what guides was at the time, and started creating this matrix energetics modality. And then he actually went back and did a second year through a process of being a doctor because he reckoned he missed something because he wasn't getting any positive results for people as much as what he wanted working the trenches. So he quit that. He still held the doctor's title. He kept himself registered every year and ended up in Italy for a while doing matrix energetics over there, doing some really cool workshops. I brought all that content I've watched. It was in half Italian and half English, so you got to just get through that. But as he talked about and described, it's all about structure. And he talked about the systems focusing on fixing, then it activates the torsion fields to fix someone, which is admitting to the field that they're broken. So it's putting a broken intent into the system. It was all about intent, where you're putting intent, the CR or the DR. So when I studied all this other work I was doing around structure, and I was watching Richard Bartlett for the first time, I thought, no, that guy's not real. He can't do that. That's ridiculous. And I am now teaching it in a different way, but very similar. And then he started talking about these 2 points, and he said, one point's where you are now, the other point's where you want to be. And I'm like, well, that's structure. He is actually teaching structure under all his amazingness. So those 2 points were the current reality and desired reality. So when I realized that, I pulled the work that I already had learned through the superconscious work and all the other stuff, pulled that in and brought the 2 point indicators next to each other and added the negative flip belief into the 2 point certification because it's really important that we work on these belief structures and other processes like the 3 circle to work with groups, teenagers, all that sort of stuff, and magical ball to give someone a taste of the work that doesn't feel safe or not loved. Because some clients that have that, you need little different processes, different things. So that's all in the 2 point certification, and that's how I roll out. Whereas Richard, all he did was a 2 point work on that. Now, in the 2 point, I can actually show you why not. In the 2 point, there is 21 frequencies. Now, these 21 frequencies of healing we're given to Richard through visions, really. He just seen these things and you start to write the stuff down that he was seeing. When he was seeing this stuff, he got a psychic and a medium in the room and put up this frequency, talked about it, put it up with how he's seen it, and got them to look at it and tell him what they seen. And they both seen very similar things, different colors of information, right? So he noted it all down. And then he started working with people and working with these frequencies and would see more and more and more. And these frequencies are in the morphic field of healing. This is, I reckon, what the medicine man would have used, not knowing it, but using it. So these 21 frequencies, when you're in the morphic field of the 2 point, which we are when we're 2 pointing, These frequencies sit in there and they work automatically. In his first book, he talked about the intent of opening a door, letting them come through, and then closing the door when you're finished, so these frequencies can do their thing. But each frequency has its own color and a different attribute. Now, when I was working with all these in the beginning, I was full on into these frequencies working with my clients, and it definitely, like the frequency 4 for broken bones and stuff, I'd put this band-aid around people's ankles or wrists or whatever, and they'd feel it tingling and working for a day and a half, and they were getting like really quick healings, really, really quick. So the frequencies, when I played around with work with them, I would then, some of my clients would see a color. So what I would do is get them to notice that color, then I'd get them to open their eyes and I'd go find the color in the frequencies. I'd read their frequency out to say if they've seen mother of pearl, which is like the wet cobweb. When they seen that frequency, they would say exactly what the problem was. Oh yeah, I'm having remote viewing issues, or I'm soul evolution, and they would talk about what was in these frequencies automatically. You know, they would talk about I've got organs, like the frequency for healing organs. I can't sleep at night, be frequency, whatever. And it was the real strong connection. So I definitely know these frequencies are a thing based on working with people. I don't do the frequencies so much now because we don't need to, because I've noticed over the last couple of years that it just happens with people automatically. If you get a client that's really spiritual and really open to work, been working with them for a while, you can touch a couple of points in the body and being in the heart chakra, and these frequencies just come through and do their thing. They feel it in their body. They think, oh, something just shifted in my lower back and I wasn't even near there. So the frequencies are designed to go and heal the body for the earthly journey, for the planet on Earth. That's what they're there for, in the morphic field of healing, of having great health. They're automatic, and in his first book, I just changed a little bit and retyped them out from a little bit of things that I'd noticed. But like frequency 5 is mother's love. So if someone's lacking feminine attributes, they might have issues along here. They might, like can't connect feminine with people. They don't have a feminine side. They're too masculine. They might have crazy emotions, feelings going on, panic attacks, all that sort of stuff. And you can set the intent if you want to learn these frequencies, and just set the intent, open up the door in the field and with your mind, and allow frequency 5 to come through with intent. And frequency 5 will come through and work on that person, on that issue that they're having. So in the certification, you get to this. I've got videos and everything on these from workshops that you can watch. I don't so much teach them at the workshops because I've recorded all the content in the certification, because it takes about an hour and a half, 2 hours to go through these frequencies and talk about it and unpack. But the clients they'll see a color or a number, and then you go to that color or the number and work with it. We also work with Lady Jackie, a good, really close friend of mine, cranial sacral, and she also had she could see spirits and also read the field really, really clearly. She had those abilities, but like Adrian. And what we did is we thought we'd have some fun and see what was beyond frequency 21. So what we would do is we'd open up frequency 15 in the door, and she would get the feeling and the sensation in her body of that. Then we'd close it, open up frequency 16. She goes, that one's different. And she would get what they are. It was really real connection. It was really, really cool. So then we thought we'll go to frequency 100 and see what that's all about. And we opened that up and it felt terrible. It did not feel right. So we closed the door pretty quick, and then we thought, well, let's try 400. We opened that up and it was like, yeah, nah, and we closed it straight away. So I believe that these 21 frequencies are here for us on the journey in a 3D body. But there's all these other frequencies that people play around with, opening and closing doors in different modalities, and leave the doors open. And that's why some people living their journey on the planet get stuck and just get a little bit woo-woo and just feel like they're not here, or they are here, or they're not complete, or they are complete. They get up and downs a lot in their body, sort of like the energetic body. And like we have a process, superconscious recode, we go up and close those doors, and it frees them from it. So that's how I had a lady last week when we closed. She had 11 doors. When we closed them, she felt this pressure on her head. It was there. Then when we closed the door, I felt the thump in the field. And as soon as she felt it too, that just disappeared. So there's definitely something energetically going on. So these frequencies, something you can go right into and learn more and more about it, but these are happening automatically. So the community, frequency 21, I used to use that a lot when I was trying to lucid dream, because I wanted about a lucid dream. I can now. And remember my dreams, and the coconut oil certainly helped a lot with that, and the company boost. But I also used to just visualize, I mean, frequency 21 coming through and working on me so I could go into dream time more. Because that's something I could never do. I could never remember my dreams, be in my dreams, change my dreams, anything at all. So these are the 21 frequencies. There's 20 frequency 11 works on body chakras. Sorry, no, 11 is if someone's living too much in the city and they're not getting enough earthing. Frequency 11 will give them more grounding and more earthing within the body. 12 is cleanses the chakras, energy centers with frequency 9. Some of the frequencies work together, like frequency 8. I still use this now and again, like frequency 8 includes all 7. So yeah, so that's part of Richard's work. The 2-point certification is those frequencies. Very cool. And I remember when I first started doing, I had my first clients in the healing room. I'll be there going, following his instructions, find the points, talk it out. Then I'd be saying the stuff out loud. It just is right, and I would have freaked a lot of people out because I would have thought this guy's just nuts. And then I read his second book, and he goes, "Oh, don't worry about the first book. I got a lot of that wrong." I was like, "Ah." But luckily enough, I'd actually intuitively changed some of the stuff and was more in line with the second book naturally. Because I was working with people all the time going, well, that's, and it just guided me. So yeah, so Richard's a hard case. He never changed his first book because the aspects of it are still true. It's just the way you do things a little bit differently. So going over today, number 1 is structure is so important. It's the most important thing in all of life. In a relationship with a child or your partner, is it good or is it bad? Are you focusing on trying to fix it because it's bad, or you're trying to create it that it's good? So we're going into the dysfunction, talking about the pain points of relationship, how could it be better, this is not right, this is not wrong, or you focus on a bunch of flowers and how can we make it better? Structure. Structure is so important. Health, are you focusing on your health, or you're focusing on trying to fix? Being a great coach, are you taking the action, doing the meditations, being on programs, turning up for one-on-one calls, doing everything to be that great coach healer? Or are you just stuck here, can't take action? Everything is structure. Money, we covered that. Abundance of money, law of attraction. Are you in here attracting it, taking the action to have it? Or you just hope here, visualizing and feeling like one day it's going to happen? Number 2 is the 5 steps. 5 steps to unpack and find the emotions and feelings that are in the way. You've got this form, I put it into the chat. Make sure you click on that and save it in your computer, because when I stop the Zoom, obviously you'll lose that. But if you need anything, please email me, and I'll do my best to support you however we can. So the 5 steps is step 1, choose a choice. Step 2, get in the emotional feeling of it. Where are you? What are you doing? What's it like? See it, breathe it, feel it. Who are you with? The indoors, outdoors, hear the sounds, touch everything in that beautiful choice. When you're doing that, the unconscious believes it to be even more true. So the more emotions and feelings you put in the end result, the more we're tricking the unconscious to then show us, number 3, what's in the way. Then we unpack that what's in the way, find the belief or the emotional feeling behind it, whatever it may be. And then number 5, number 4 should probably really be in here. And then number 5, do the process and clear that and delete that from it. So then taking the action to have this is easier. Have more confidence, feel lighter, take the action to have this. So those 5 steps is really, really important. Actually, does anyone here want to copy the lenses? I'll put that in the chat because you can store that as well, because it's really helpful. Oh, where am I? There we go. I'll just add it in there for you. You can download it and save it. Going on here. So much cool stuff in here. I always look at some of the stuff and go, wow, we've just spent years of creating all this content from absolutely nothing. It's so cool. Even the lenses that you've got was all created from nothing. From my lovely wife getting in there and me providing and drawing it out and having it all laid out, and then she'd do marketing and advertising magic and create these things, you know. There's all these cool things to work with. It's just cool. And they're obviously all in the programs, but it's a creation, right? Even the workbook. Workbook goes with the certification. You know, we had to create all of this stuff, all created. How many pages? 32 pages of content, which is more about the workshop, the 2-day workshop, but it covers everything in there. So, what's the most important thing about all of it is the focus creates the reality. Make sure that you're always focusing on the desired reality. And you'll notice that the next couple of days when you're looking away, you'll be like, oh, you know, go back to now. Oh, no, come back to now. Just stay in that end result, taking action in here, because the focus creates the reality to having everything that you want. So that's really the 3 focus things of today. Everything else around the process is just to remove this. And obviously the last one would be is you are not broken. You are not broken, so stop trying to fix yourself. Because you're only getting more of what you don't want. You'll never get anything you want when you're in the structure, current reality of thinking that you're broken, you need to fix yourself. The health system, the school system, and so many modalities. And there's nothing wrong with these other people that are doing those modalities, because that used to be me. I'd learn this stuff and go and try and fix people. It's just they don't understand structure. And the people that are in these modalities, and quite a few coaches in the program, have gone through, realized structure's a thing, and then gone, oops, okay, and then come on board, learned all my work, and run it alongside what they're doing, and just did the changes in their modalities. So this modality runs alongside anything you're currently doing. So make sure you're not getting stuck in that structure of trying to fix yourself or be broken. Now, on their website, there is a link if anyone wants the program. Really cool starter program. It's only $47. It's at gregjonesnz.com. Up the top of it, there's a link. It's normally $3.99. We're discounting it to $47. It has videos in it, the magical ball. It's got content on structure, true choices. It's got all the PDFs to print off. It's got the meditation. It's got all the cool stuff in there. So if you're thinking about just having something to try the work, but get some good wins, get in the work, that's a really cool option of $47. And if you're interested in getting straight into the certification, get the ball rolling, then just flick me an email and we can jump on a call. You all know where I am. So we might as well just finish off today with any questions if anybody has any. Does anybody have any questions around any of the work? I'm happy to answer them. Been a lot of information for you today, so it's been
I have
amazing.
one more question, Greg. Yeah, thank you very much for the day. Joe Dispenza, it's similar. He is talking about like he cured himself, whatever.
Yes.
Like
Yes.
focus on this. Okay.
Yes. So Joe Dispenza said, "No, I'm not doing it. I'm doing this." He made a choice. He chooses will to create. And then he had his experience around that. The thing with most people, they can't do that. He's very unique because he chose it because he really wanted it. The hunger wasn't bad enough. He really wanted to get that healthy back. Most people go to try and create that, and because the pain's too much of all the child, all the other pulls them back. No. All right, it's not working. And it was 3 months, I think, the 3rd month when he really started to notice the change, or like after 6 weeks he noticed the change, and in 3 months it was a real change, which is a 3-4 week habit cycles. First 4 weeks, clear what's in the way, create a new identity. Second 4 weeks, be in that new identity, creating, knowing that it's true, and set that identity as a new self. And the next 4 weeks, going and creating everything with that identity that you're allowed to. So I like Joe's work. He doesn't have processes much or anything. He just has a whole lot of amazing information.
Yes, that's what my question, like, what's the difference between your program and his, because he's out there. Okay, it's a lot of marketing done, a lot of, but I haven't come across many people, like everyone working on, my friend, like, oh, just listen this meditation for whatever 30 days, and she's listening morning and night. She had a bit some issue problem with health, nothing. So I haven't come across a lot of people who'd help. And I think you're right. Maybe it's just more information, but not structural process. What's
Yes.
your take on it?
Yes, so I read his book, and he wants you to he's getting his in his current reality. So he's like, the current reality is here. You can have this. This is my story. I did it. Right? Now, what was in the way for him? The broken back, the dysfunction.
Yes.
Okay. So he went in there, created an identity over 3 months of someone that, and when he was doing that, all the torsion fields were activated on a healthy back. That was all just going, was working away. Now, what happens here is his programs say, I can do it, you can do it, but other people have all other stuff in here. If they have a belief like you did that you can't heal yourself, this is never going to happen. If you have a belief you're not capable of healing yourself, this is never going to happen. I think with Joe, he didn't have a lot of this. Maybe a good upbringing, I mean, it was easy to step into it. It wasn't so much of this. I mean, I had a great upbringing right all the way through, so I didn't have much trauma at all as a kid, but I had a massive don't belong. So what Joe's stuff does is gets you to sit in here, do good things, hoping that you'll have that.
Mm.
And it's just not going to happen because there's too much of this in the way. Meditation is powerful, but you can't, on its own, it won't do anything. All it will do is make you feel safe in here, so you could transfer into it. It'll give you a more relaxed state and more peace of mind. It'll make you feel better in here, but it won't give you what you want. You have to take the action to have this and choose it and will it. And those in the addiction program, we have a form. Is it here? The first thing they do, we get them to do, is I choose the end result of the quitting date and they sign it. We'll follow it out. They don't have to sign if they want to because it's online, but they acknowledge it. Once they make that date, they make that decision, then we start the program. If they said, I'll let you know, it's like, I'm not deciding. It's like, well, you just let me know. Let me know next week, next month, whenever you're ready. Because it's not going to work till you make that decision to have it. Now, there's a belief level in the way. It's really hard to believe this, really hard. So what we do is we actually clear that stuff so then we can actually create that. And that's why we get into success. Because on the same time, I've never heard anyone because I'm in a couple of his chats, well, not so much now, I don't go on those Facebook pages, but I've never heard any success story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With addiction, when you're saying, and that's also the speed of addiction, of, let's say, let go or giving up, it also depends on this middle stuff, correct? Like what's
Yes.
your, yeah.
So we go here. We just use alcohol, heavy drinking, alcoholism. Over here, I'm free from it. So I'm grading my health, but I'm free from it. The person stops drinking. The second day, the first day they're going to here, the second day, and then the third day, they're like, oh, Greg, I really, really need a drink, really, really need a drink, really, really drink. I say, great, awesome. Close your eyes. Go into being free from it again. Get yourself out of the current, go back to design around it. Yep, beautiful. Now just go back and look at the past and notice what the unconscious is using to create the urge. Oh, yeah, it gave me comfort as a kid because whatever. Okay, we go down to the kid, find the comfort, flip it, bring them back to now, and the urge stops. That's why the addiction program is so powerful, because the unconscious can only it can only stop you from having this by using these. That's what it uses. So there could be down here, wasn't loved by mum, and so she drinks. And then once she drinks for 4 weeks, it's a pattern. And then we're going to go down. So what I also do with all clients, as soon as they start the addiction program, I always go down and find the survival loops in the timeline. that were created survival. I'm been drinking. I'm someone who drinks. So I'm, well, sorry, I'm someone who drinks, and I've survived at the identity level.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I flip that. It's
Mm.
always what the first thing we do. We flip all the survival patterns. So that frees them from going, actually, no, I can do it. I'll get back to you if something else pops up. Wait a few days. Then they're ringing. Oh, the whole stuff's popped up. It's all about not good enough. I was drinking because it's not good enough, and it was drinking made me feel good enough. Okay, go down your timeline. Let's find that. And once you've cleared all those, and that's what Adrian's doing so well, and the others. There's two coaches on the cleans at the moment. They're both doing really well because we've cleared that stuff.
And
Mm.
instead of alcohol, you can also put, for example, emotions. Is a person angry?
Yes, yeah. You go down and
Any
because
emotions.
any emotions because the superconscious knows. It knows where everything is. It knows when you're angry. It has the information, the field of information. It has the information. It just takes you straight to it. Or guide you to it where it's stuck. The anger memory is stuck in the brain.
But in one session, for example, let's say if it's like all the 6 beliefs, very strong, very present, in one session, you cannot do it. You still need like a consequence, like consequent of sessions or like
Yes. If someone's got
follow
all
up.
six, if someone's got all six, I'll say, look, we're going to need 3 or 4 sessions. Or what I normally do is say, look, let's just get rid of it real quick. Come in for 2 hours.
Oh, one can.
Yeah, just do 2 hours. Otherwise, they're kind of going to remove a whole lot, but still be in it
Yeah.
till the next one. So, a lady booked in a 2 hour next week, same thing. We're just going to get rid of all of them, free yourself from them.
Interesting.
I mean, the sessions are 45 minutes, so I should have said an hour and a half. So, they book them in for an hour and a half, but book them for 2 sessions at once, 2 in a row.
So, and it's effective.
Very, because it drops all of these. Well, not all of them, but most of them, emotions and feelings.
All emotions also can go through the 2 hour session.
Yes, because the say we go not good enough. Okay, I want to be a coach, but I'm not good enough. So here it's surviving being a non-coach. And here I know I'm not good enough, but I want to be a coach. And the identity goes, if you try to become a coach and put yourself out there and get it wrong, that's going to prove you're not good enough. That hurts really bad, so I want to keep you here. How am I going to keep this person here? I'll use emotions and feelings. So I'm hiding the not good enough. I'll use emotion and feelings like, I'll do it tomorrow, do it tomorrow. Monkey chat, oh, it's too cold outside. Oh, the internet's not working. Oh, just change the one-on-one till next week. It won't matter. It'll use all this monkey chatter to keep you back in the structure. So if you remove the not good enough, then it goes, well, you're good enough. Yeah, take action. So all emotions and feelings come from a belief structure. That's why with Jilly, went down to the nervousness, and what was under the nervousness was what was it? Not capable and don't deserve, I think, from memory. So whenever someone says, "Oh, I'm in overwhelm," it's using overwhelm to stop you having this. You're trying to take action in there. I'm getting to overwhelm. There's like too much going on. I'm getting busy, because it might have a belief. Where does overwhelm normally come from? I don't deserve. I don't deserve that, so I'm going to do all this stuff so I don't do it, and it puts you into overwhelm because if it goes in here and someone says, no, you can't have that, that proves that you don't deserve the world. It hurts really bad, so I want to keep you here where it's okay. So the unconscious just uses emotions and feelings to hide the
Yeah.
belief. Bring it away
So
from
the root cause of all emotions, feelings, monkey chat, it's all underlying beliefs.
Yes. The rooted cause is the belief underneath. So to
Okay.
show the emotion and feeling on, but like anxiety is a fear, the future. And if you go and take the future and get into that and you get it wrong and it proves you're not worthy or you're not good enough, that's underneath it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome. Everything we do here is like advanced conscious education. So it's not primary or secondary. We just go straight in there, unpack it and clear it. So I like to think what I do is advanced conscious education. Everything I study is around advanced not just primary settings. It's not a bit of Reiki or a bit of hypnosis, actually advanced. Because it gets results quick, easy, and it's fun. We never talk about the problem. Cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome. Rightio. Well, thank you so much, everybody, for being on this call today. It's been a beautiful experience. And any questions, anything you want to know, just reach out. If you want to have the recording, let me know. Flick me an email and I'll send you the recording. It's been an honor once again to share this work with you. And it's been really, really good to be on this call as the first recorded 2-point certification workshop. It's a little bit different because they're not all in the cert, but it's really cool yet, maybe. But it's really cool to be able to do this and bring it to you. And it's certainly given me a lot of cool ideas for doing future stuff. So I can see myself doing more of these and breaking them down to maybe just 1.5 hour or 2 hour sessions just on each thing and just do lots of them. So yeah, have a beautiful day wherever you are, and thank you so much. Love you all. And just go out there and create. Just go out and be in your desired reality and just take action. And if it doesn't feel
Congratulations.
right,
Congratulations. It was very, very interesting on your first online.
yeah, cool. Thank you.
You've done well. Yeah.
Lovely. I've done online other stuff, but not the certification before. So thank you. It's awesome. Yay. Love all round. Take care. Thank you.